What if Bella's healing didn't start with Edward, but with Jasper? In this golden moon, Bella arrives in Forks broken, her emotions a storm she doesn't understand. And Jasper is the one who feels it all. Their connection begins quietly, but nothing will ever be the same again. He was gone. A part of me wanted to follow, to trace his path through the forest. Catch up with him and force him to change his mind. But I knew this was impossible. I was a terrible tracker and I could never match his speed, even if I was able to follow without falling and injuring myself. Besides, what could I possibly say to change his mind? If he was telling the truth, if he really didn't want me, what good would it do to argue? I sank to the ground. I didn't know what to do, where to go, what to think. He had said he loved me, over and over again, so many times. I thought he meant it. Yet today he was so cold, like he was a different person. Not the Edward the first loved, but a stranger. I sat there for a while, not moving. I was worthless and alone, left like last season's trendy toy that was now out of style. Sure, Edward could move on to other distractions. But what was I supposed to do now? For months Edward had been my whole world. We spent all our time together. I had no other interests, nothing to distract me. How could I go on? I felt numbness spread through me as I wallowed in self-pity. When I finally tried to move, I realized that I was numb, literally. My legs had fallen asleep from sitting so long in one position. Yet another reminder that I was a pathetically inferior human. Edward could have sat there in the same position for days without a slightest hint of discomfort. I untangled my legs and cried out as blood circulated again and brought feeling and pain. Thousands of pins and needles sticking into my lower limbs, like the ones I could feel stabbing into my heart. There was a strange comfort in the pain, at least it proved I could still feel. When the pain in my legs finally receded, I pulled myself up and made my way back to the house. Charlie hadn't come home yet. I found a note on the kitchen table, written in my messy handwriting. Going for a walk with Edward. Up the path. Back soon, B. I was confused. I hadn't written the note. Edward must have done it, but why? Did he expect me to still be on the trail when Charlie came home? Did he expect me to collapse in some sort of catatonic state so that Charlie would have to find me? And if he did expect that, did he really go ahead and leave me, after warning me last spring out all the dangers hiding in the forest? I started to get angry. I crumpled up the note and threw it in the trash. No, I would not give him the satisfaction of acting like the weakling he believed me to be. He had hurt me, yes. But the wound was not fatal. It would take time to heal, something I was used to. Clumsy as I was always healing from one injury or another. If anything, this emotional blow should be easier. Not stitches or braces or casts necessary. Just time. The thought of time made me look at the clock. Holy crow, it was late. Charlie would be home soon and I had nothing ready for dinner. There wasn't enough time for anything remotely resembling home cooking, so I grabbed some spaghetti and a jar of sauce. I knew I had a bag of frozen meatballs in the freezer for just such occasions. I quickly put water in the pasta pot to boil and dumped the meatballs and pasta sauce into another pot to warm. It wouldn't be my finest culinary effort, but Charlie probably wouldn't even notice. He wasn't particularly picky. The phone rang. I didn't feel like talking with anyone, but answered anyway, just in case it was Charlie. Hey Bella. The voice was that of Jessica Stanley. I cringed. There could only be one reason for Jessica to call. Her gossip of a mother had already heard about the Cullens leaving Forks. Bad news travels fast, I thought. Then I realized that Edward never even gave me the cover story. What would I tell Jessica when she asked why they left? Oh, you know, Jess, Edward felt I wasn't good enough for him anymore and he couldn't stand to live in the me town as me, so his whole family had to move, lest he give in to his initial reaction to me and kill me for my blood. I bet that would go over well. Fortunately, I didn't have to be that creative. Why Mom just came home and told me that Dr. Cullen took a position in a hospital in LA and that the whole family was moving there immediately. How awful. Did you speak with Edward? Moving to sunny California, I thought. I had to admit the irony was just a little too delicious. Edward really wanted to go to great lengths to make sure he made a clean getaway. I knew the one place the Cullens would not move to was a city where they would be forced to stay indoors all the time. Was he afraid I would try to stalk him and came up with this ridiculous lie as a signal to me? I clenched my fist in anger. I was not a physically aggressive person, but right now I wouldn't mind punching something, or someone. Bella. Jessica's voice interrupted my thoughts. I panicked. What was it that she asked me? That's right. She wanted to know if Edward and I talked. Yes, we spoke. It's true. Oh, she said, and I knew she didn't call for confirmation of the rumor. She wanted the dirt on me and Edward. So what are you guys going to do? Will you visit each other on the weekends? My brain was working overtime. Edward was gone and he made me feel so small, but there was no reason for anyone else to know that. What could I say that wouldn't make me sound like a discarded plaything? After a moment, I formulated a story that I prayed would work. Flying is pretty expensive, and senior year means a lot of school work. Plus I have to work many weekends. We'll see what happens, but for now we decided that it might be a good idea to see other people. I see, Jessica said incredulously. And you're okay with that? I mean, you know what they say about California girls. Are you sure you want to give Edward your permission to experiment? I could hear in her voice that she didn't really believe me. The fact that she was right made me all the more determined to be convincing. Whatever, I said, sounding bored. I mean, make no mistake, I love Edward, but he was definitely more useful as a boyfriend when he was here. You know what I mean. Really, I thought you two were really gaga over each other. Yeah, well, I guess we were, but I'm only 18 and I don't want to spend my last year of high school exchanging emails. Phone calls and an occasional visit with a long-distance boyfriend, and I'm sure Edward feels the same way. Yes, he had made that abundantly clear. So, you know, we'll keep in touch. But we'll explore our other options too. I crossed my fingers as I offered the last lie. I knew all too well there would be no future contact between me and Edward. How had he put it? It will be as thought I never existed. He might as well have substituted you for the I. Wow, Bella, you're taking this really well, Jessica said. Her voice was still filled with disbelief, but also a bit of disappointment. I could tell she was hoping I'd be a heartbroken mess. I thought about the note crumpled in the trash. Join the club, Jess, join the club. You think I'm just trying to make the most of a bad situation. Maybe dating is like horseback riding. If you fall off, the best thing to do is get right back on. Sure. Now Jessica was uncertain. I could almost hear her thoughts. Reviewing the roster of available senior boys at Forks High School, including her ex, Mike Newton. But no sense in rushing into anything. I knew this conversation had not gone anything like she thought it would when she first picked up the phone, and I was glad, though I also felt guilty that I was taking out my anger at Edward by being mean to Jess. I really had no intention of dating anyone, especially Mike Newton. So why make her as miserable as I felt? I won't rush, I assured her. I think a little break from relationships would be good for me. Look, Jess, my dad will be me any minute and have to finish dinner, so, I let my voice train off. Oh, right, I'll let you go. Thankfully she took the hint. I'll see you at school tomorrow. We hung up the phone and I knew that as soon as the receiver hit the cradle at Jessica's house it would be picked up again, either by her or her mother. By tomorrow morning there wouldn't be a soul in town who didn't know about me and Edward. I just hoped my story was plausible enough to hold. I had dinner ready by the time Charlie walked through the door. Hey, Bella, he said cautiously as we sat down to eat. I hear the Cullens were moving to California. Edward going with them. I looked up, startled. Even thought I was 18 and everyone assumed Edward was the same age. The possibility of Edward staying behind when his family left would not have even occurred to me. I hoped Charlie was the only one who made that mental leap. Of course, Dad, He's still in high school. For the umpteenth time, I briefly wondered where the Cullens were really moving to, and whether they would be starting high school all over again wherever they wound up. For some reason the misery that this experience caused them, especially Edward and Rosalie, gave me a small comfort. Who knew I was this vindictive? I see. So I suppose I should get a better long-distance plan. I knew I would have to lie to Charlie as well, but I didn't realize it would be this hard. Still, he would know better than anyone that there would be no calls to her from California, and I couldn't very well tell him the truth. I don't think so, Dad. The long-distance relationship thing. Probably not such a good idea. Edward and I decided to see other people. We, broke up. It was Charlie's turn to look surprised. And you're okay with that? He was at once concerned, suspicious, hopeful and relieved. Yeah, I think I am. He didn't sound convinced. Am I going to have to drive you to LA to convince him to move back to Forks? I winced at the Renesmee of the cover story we gave Charlie for the events of last spring break. I supposed it was hard to believe that Edward and I could be inseparable one week, and completely ready to move on the next. And no wonder, since it was a complete lie, at least on my part. But I had a role to play here, and dwelling would not be helpful. I tried to smile. Well, it's not like his whole family will move back for us. So I don't think there would be any point to that trip. Suddenly Charlie looked glum. Are you going to stay in Forks? He asked, and I realized that he was worried that without Edward the first would decided to rejoin Renee and Phil. I thought it was odd that this thought hadn't even occurred to me. Of course I could avoid all the gossip simply by leaving myself. I too had another place to go. But looking at Charlie's tortured face, I knew this was not an option. Charlie needed me here, and I would not let Edward chase me away from my home. I didn't want to start senior year at a new school, be forced to make new friends. Find a new job. Staying in Forks would be hard, but it would also be easier than moving. Yeah, Dad, I'm staying in Forks. I want to finish high school with my friends. I could see he was buying it. I guess I was a pretty good spin doctor. Maybe I had a career in public relations. I'm glad, Bells. I love having you here. I choked up a little. The word, love, was not one Charlie used often. I hung my head, embarrassed. I love you too, Dad. I said. We finished the meal in silence. After dinner I washed the dishes while Charlie dried and put them away. We didn't need to speak to bond. When we were done Charlie went to the living room to watch a baseball game. I let him know I was going to do homework and headed upstairs. I had an idea that my surprises from Edward weren't over yet. And I opened the door to my room with dread. Sure enough, he had been here too. I could see that the birthday presents from his family were gone. He had also removed photos of himself from my scrapbook and took his CD out of my CD player. This was a final blow, but it was also kind of a relief. I acknowledged that I probably would have gotten rid of all those things anyway. He just saved me the trouble. I knew I wouldn't be able to study, and there was nothing due the next day, so I decided to get ready for bed. As I lay in my dark room, the events of the day I replayed in my head like footage of a disaster on an otherwise slow news day. Alone, all traces of my false bravado disappeared and the tears started flowing until, eventually, I cried myself to sleep. My night had been restless. I kept waking up between nightmares. Each time I woke up without the coolness of Edward's body next to mine, I immediately remembered what happened and tried to fall asleep to get away from reality. But as soon as I fell asleep the nightmares returned. There was not relief. No wonder I felt horrible when it was finally time to get out of bed and start my life in Forks all over again. I knew today was critical. I had to put on a good show so that no one knew how miserable I really felt. One look in the mirror showed me how difficult my task would be. The NCE of my misery was irrefutably imprinted on my face, with my eyes puffy from a night of crying. Fortunately, splashing cold water on my face helped a little. I swallowed a couple of Advils, both for the anti-inflammatory properties and to help with the headache that was quickly developing as I thought of what awaited me at the high school. How I wished I could just stay home. But I knew I couldn't hide forever. And it was best to confront my fear head-on. I dressed, ate breakfast and got into my truck. Immediately I gasped. Was it possible? Did the infallible Edward actually forget to remove? Such an obvious reminder of him and his family. I couldn't believe it, yet could not deny what I was seeing with my own eyes. The stereo that had been a birthday gift from Emmett was still in the truck. I hit the steering wheel in anger and frustration. How in the world was I supposed to get rid of that? The anger actually helped me pull myself together, so that by the time I reached the high SCH, I was steadfast in my resolve to put on a great show of nonchalance. One last check in the rearview mirror told me the obvious signs of crying were gone. I was relieved. Walking through the parking lot, I heard fast footsteps behind me and then felt an arm around my shoulder. I turned to see Mike Newton. "Hey, Bella," he said easily. "What's this I hear about Cullen leaving town and you wanting to see other people?" I had to admire Mike's persistence and self-confidence. He certainly believed in striking while the iron was hot. Yeah, I said noncommittally. Neither one of us thought he long-distance thing would work so great. "Heck, no," he agreed. "A beautiful girl like you wasted on a phone and email relationship. And in your senior year. No way. There are way too many cool things to do this year. Just wait and see, a couple of weeks and you won't even remember his name." This was wishful thinking on Mike's part. He couldn't possibly think any boy could ever make me forget Edward. Nevertheless, I found myself caught up in his optimism. Maybe this would be easier than I thought. Maybe there would be just enough distractions to keep me from sinking into complete despair. "Bella." I looked up to see Angela waving and walking over. I stopped walking to let her catch up. Mike removed his arm from my shoulder. As if sensing this was girl talk time, he kept walking, turning around briefly to wink at me and shout a quick, "See you later." "He's in a good mood," Angela commented, and she didn't need to say she knew exactly why. Then she looked at me, scrutinizing my face. "How are you?" I felt uncomfortable. Angela was always more sensitive to my moods. If anyone could see through my charade, it would be her. "I'm fine." I decided I could be more honest with her than the others. Trusting in her discretion. "It's hard. It was so unexpected. I wasn't prepared. I'll miss him, but the show must go on, right?" Angela looked like she wasn't convinced. Jessica said, "You didn't want a long-distance relationship, but are you sure, Bella? It might not be so bad. It's not as though Edward couldn't afford to visit." I interrupted her before she could go on. "It was a mutual decision, Angela," I said pointedly. "Okay, that was a lie. I was giving myself far more responsibility for that decision that I actually had. But telling Angela the whole truth would have been too painful. Even this concession to my official facade was difficult. Edward wasn't interested in a long-distance relationship any more than I was. Oh, I could see she suddenly understood, and was not going to push this line of thought. "Well, then, let me know if you need anything. You know I'm here for you." "Thanks, Angela," I smiled. "I appreciate that more than you know." The rest of the day passed in a blur. I repeated my carefully orchestrated story so often I was almost starting to believe it myself. Fortunately, everyone else seemed to believe it too. I took the most satisfaction in convincing Lauren. I knew she had wanted to torture me with the consequences of Edward's departure, and raged at my ability to disarm her before she even had the chance. When I wasn't spinning my web of lies, the misery took over. I tried really hard to keep a smile plastered on my face, but inside I was weeping. The empty chair next to me in every class was a constant reminder of Edward. I had never felt more alone. After school I went to work. Thankfully the store was busy, with lots of people stocking up on hunting and fishing gear before the start of the season. To Mike's visible dismay, this left little time for random chit-chat. I was glad. I put up a good front at school, but I wasn't quite ready for the puppy dog adoration Mike wanted to bestow. As soon as my shift was over, I skipped out and headed home, grabbing a quick plate of leftovers for dinner and throwing myself into the pile of homework I neglected the night before. I managed to get through it all, but as the night wore on I grew more and more despondent. Pretending to be strong all day left me absolutely exhausted. Even if I could fool everyone else, I couldn't lie to myself. I couldn't pretend that the gaping W-ound he left behind didn't exist, and I couldn't stop my eyes from overflowing. My second day without Edward ended much like my first, crying myself to sleep. The next day was Friday, and it went much the same. Except I didn't have to repeat my story to the people who had already heard it. Mike hovered around me constantly, and it looked like he wanted to ask me out on a date, but I made sure to always be surrounded by a group of people, making it impossible for him to ask his question without risking public rejection. I was never so glad to hear the last bell of the day. I didn't have to work, so I went home and prepared dinner for Charlie. I didn't know what to do next. The prospect of spending another evening in my room, devoid of all physical reminders of Edward yet somehow still filled with his presence, was unacceptable. There was nothing on TV. Tired of keeping up my false front, I didn't want to do anything with any of my friends from school. It was too late in the evening to go hiking, and there just wasn't anything to do in Forks where I wouldn't be risking running into people I knew. I had never been much of a shopper, but suddenly the thought of spending an evening in the relative anonymity of the department store in Port Angeles had a new appeal. I quickly dashed off a note for Charlie about shopping and a movie, making sure I didn't clue him in that I was going alone. Then I grabbed my purse, hopped in my truck and headed out of town. The sun had gone down and I knew pretty soon it would be dark. Suddenly I remembered the last time I was in Port Angeles alone. I intended to stay in the retail district this time, where I was relatively sure I'd be safe, but without Edward waiting to save me in the wings, was this really a smart idea? I slowed down, doubt and a little bit of fear eating at my insides. I probably shouldn't go to Port Angeles alone, but I really didn't have other options. Unable to make a decision, I pulled off to the side of the road and buried my head in my hands. How could Edward do this to me? How could the rest of the Cullens do this to me? Even if he didn't care for me anymore, why did they abandon me? How could they leave without even saying goodbye? Suddenly I knew where I needed to go. I needed to see for myself that they were really gone. I needed to go to their house. I started the truck again and turned around, heading down to the familiar road that led to the house deep in the woods. I didn't know what I would do once I got there. Look in the windows, I supposed. I wasn't sure what to expect. Would they have packed up all their possessions and taken them with them, or simply covered everything, intending to come back again someday? I didn't know which would be worse. I pulled up to the house, which had a feeling of abandonment about it. The curtains in the windows were tightly drawn. I sat in my truck, uncertain as to what to do next. I was sure if I rounded to the back of the house the windows there would be just as impenetrable. I should just turn around and go back home. But an inexplicable feeling washed over me and would not let me leave. I found myself getting out of the truck and walking towards the porch, heading to the front door, my outstretched hand reaching for the door handle. Before I even touched the handle, the door opened, making me gasp in surprise. Standing in the doorway, serene and enigmatic as ever, was Jasper. I was shocked, though I could see that he had been expecting me. He must have heard my truck and manipulated my emotions to compel me to come to the door. I remembered the last time Jasper and I were in this close proximity, the single-minded pursuit in his eyes as he tried to get past Edward to reach me in my blood, and my fear compelled me to take a step back. Undoubtedly sensing my fear, Jasper also retreated by about 3 times the distance of my step. "Hello, Bella," he said politely, but not warmly. I wasn't surprised, as Jasper and I had never been particularly close. "Hi-ya, Jasper," I managed to stammer out. "What are you doing here? I thought the whole family left." I was starting to feel more relaxed, but I knew it was just Jasper manipulating my emotions. "We did leave," he confirmed, "but I couldn't stay with the others. I needed time alone to think. This seemed as good a place as any to do that. Oh, I had nothing else to say. I suspect, Ed, the reason he needed to be alone had to do with the incident at my birthday party, and it was another reminder how much trouble my humanity had caused. No wonder Edward didn't want to be with me. Why should he, when I was just tearing his family apart? Rosalie hated me, and now Jasper had to separate from them because of me, because I had tempted him to kill a human, the one thing they tried so hard to avoid. Alice must be heartbroken. I didn't know what to do next. I had my confirmation that the family had left, and now I understood better why they didn't want to say goodbye. Alice must have seen Jasper needing this time alone and hated me for it. I choked back a sob. I needed to leave this place before I totally lost control. I took another step backwards. I'm sorry to disturb you, I said, frantic to make a quick getaway. It won't happen again. I took another step back without turning around, not realizing that I had already made it back to the stairs. I lost my footing and tumbled backwards to the ground. Jasper was next to me in a flash, but he did not touch me. I saw him take a shallow breath. "Are you all right?" he asked. A bit dazed, I took stock of my body, sprawled unattractively at the foot of the porch stairs. I moved my legs and my arms and examined my hands for cuts. My butt hurt from the hard landing, but otherwise everything was in working order. "I'm fine, thanks," I said, sitting up. Just clumsy as usual. I used the porch railing to pull myself up to a standing position. Jasper now stood between me and the truck, my means of escape. "Bella, would you come in for a while? I would very much like to talk to you." My face scrunched up in confusion. Why would Jasper want to talk to me? Was he angry at me for what happened between him and the family? I was petrified of a confrontation with him. Of course, he could sense my fear. "I won't hurt you," he said, calmly. "I'll keep a safe distance and we'll be sure to keep you away from all sharp objects and glass. I can control myself, Bella. I just hunted earlier today. I promise I only want to talk." I considered his request carefully. I could tell by the color of his eyes that he was telling the truth about hunting. Besides, if he had wanted to hurt me he could have done so already. And if he wanted to talk, could I deny him that after all the trouble I caused? "Sure, Jasper," I agreed. "Let's talk." He walked back into the house and I followed at a respectable distance, closing the door behind me. We walked to the living room and I saw that I had been right about the back wall of windows. It was covered with a solid curtain of shades. No one looking at the house would guess that someone was staying here. The room was illuminated by a soft glow of a single lamp, which was more than enough. A light for someone with Jasper's perfect eyesight. "Please, sit," Jasper said, gesturing towards the sofa, and I followed his suggestion. He took a seat in an armchair on the other side of the room. "Bella," he began, "I want you to know how very sorry I am for what happened at your party. With as much time as we spent in close proximity over the last few months, I allowed myself to become complacent. I was sure I could control my cravings and I let down my guard. I should have hunted before that night, but I ran short on time. I thought I would be able to handle my thirst. I was so wrong." "Jasper," I tried to interrupt, but he held up his hand in a request for my silence. "Please let me finish. I need to say this. If it had just been the paper cut, I may have been able to stifle the urge. But when you fell as Edward tried to protect you from me and blood started flowing from the wound on your arm, I completely lost control. I could have killed you, Bella. I would have killed you. If Emmett and Edward had not been there to stop me, I will be forever grateful that they were there. He didn't seem to be done, so all I could do was to stare at him. He was in such pain. I know you can never forgive me, Bella. What I did set of a chain of events that changed all of our lives forever. But even without your forgiveness, I just needed to tell you all this, to assure you that this will never happen again. From now on I will hunt daily, if necessary, to make sure my thirst will never endanger you or any other human." He turned his face away from me as I continued to stare at him. I knew how difficult this was for him. Jasper hated himself for having this weakness. Admitting it publicly, to a human, must have been beyond humiliating. Jasper, I forgave you that night. Didn't Alice tell you? Of course, even if she had told him, he probably thought she was lying to make him feel better. I should have insisted on talking to him myself. I could have spared him lots of needless suffering. Please stop blaming yourself. It's in your nature to want to hunt humans. You have done very well controlling yourself for years. I'm the one who should have been more careful. I should have never put you in that position. In your own house. This whole thing is my fault. I was a fool to think I could ever be with someone like Edward. I put you all at risk every day of breaking your commitment not to take human life. I was hoping Edward would soon relent and change me into one of you, but now I see that he never wanted to be with me forever. Jasper looked over at me, startled. Bella, he said quietly. Edward loves you. He may have loved me for a while. I know he risked a lot for me, so I guess he must have loved me at one point, but he didn't love me enough to want to spend eternity with me. In the end, he didn't want me. Jasper looked at me as if I was speaking a different language. What are you talking about, Bella? He seemed genuinely confused, so I explained. I told him about everything that happened just 2 days ago, when Edward told me of their plans. It was all so fresh in my mind that I was able to give him a word-for-word account. It was painful, but somehow cathartic. Over the last 2 days I had been living the carefully constructed lie, and it was good to be able to finally share the truth. As I spoke, Jasper's face became more and more unreadable, blank. After I finished, he said nothing and looked away. My initial feeling of relief at being able to speak candidly faded rapidly as the silence stretched uncomfortably between us. He sat still in his armchair, his face void of all expression. His eyes were open, but it was obvious his thoughts were far away. Seconds turned into minutes. A quarter of an hour passed without a word, without a sound other than my breathing. I started to feel like I was sharing a room with a mannequin. I fidgeted in my seat, feeling uncomfortable, embarrassed and foolish. Another minute passed by and I had reached my limit. I stood up, needing to leave this bizarre situation. Please don't go, Bella, his voice startled me. I'm sorry I'm making you uncomfortable. You have no reason to be embarrassed. Once again, I'm behaving inappropriately. He spoke to me, but he still hadn't moved or looked at me. A mannequin turned robot. Then he turned towards me and his eyes locked with mine. I couldn't look away. I couldn't blink. His topaz eyes, so much like Edward's, held me completely captive. I was trying to process everything you told me, trying to reconcile the things Edward saw to you with the things he told us. Trying to understand what he was thinking. Why? My voice sounded like a raspy croak through my dried throat. I swallowed, and tried again. Why do you need to reconcile things? How was what he told you different than what he told me? Jasper sighed. It would be inappropriate for me to share what Edward told us. Suffice it to say that, at the time, we felt leaving Forks without having contact with you would be in your best interest. Based on everything you just told me, that may have been a mistake. His explanation cleared up nothing, yet the acknowledgement that maybe even without saying goodbye was a mistake was oddly comforting. Edward is complicated, Jasper continued, the most complicated of all of us, except maybe Carlyle. I can't pretend to understand why he did what he did or why he told you the things he did. In all the years that I've known him, he's displayed a very limited range of emotions, until he met you. When he met you it was like the emotional floodgates opened. And he's been on a roller coaster ever since. In many ways, he's like a teenager hitting puberty. There are too many things going on that he is not familiar with. The confusion is worse for Edward because he has always been so controlled. He's clearly not thinking straight and all these new feelings may have driven him to do and say things he wouldn't otherwise say. But, Bella, I do know with every certainty that he truly loves you, more than he's ever loved anyone before. I choked back a sob. I know Jasper meant well and probably believed every word he had just said. But if he thought for a minute someone who loved me could have done to me what Edward did a couple of days ago, then his definition of love differed drastically from mine. Edward didn't love me. He may have been fascinated by me. He may have been intrigued by his inability to read my thoughts. He may have even enjoyed all the new feelings I inspired. But in the end, I was too much trouble. He was tired of acting human. I wasn't good enough. My torrent of emotions was making me hysterical. Then I felt a wave of calm washing over me. "Jasper, please, don't," I said quietly. "I don't want to be manipulated." I felt the calmness receding, but the hysteria did not come back. I guess I still had some self-control. He shifted forward to the edge of his chair. He leaned his upper body over his legs, resting his elbows on his knees. His hands clasped together, fingers intertwined. The expression on his face was very serious and earnest. "I see I'm not convincing you, Bella, so let me tell you something else. Even if Edward isn't emotionally capable of handling your relationship, even if he truly believes the two of you should be apart, it has nothing to do with you. As I told you in Phoenix, you are very much good enough. Very much worth the effort. You have great value. You're a beautiful, warm, smart, kind, compassionate young woman. People naturally gravitate towards you. Surely you must have noticed. You deserve happiness and love in your life, and if Edward is unwilling or unable to give you that, then you're better off without him." Tears pooled in my eyes and fell to my cheeks. What he said was so beautiful and should have made me feel better, but all I could think was how it wasn't enough. No matter what anyone else thought, I wasn't good enough to make Edward wasn't to stay. Jasper stood up. I could see he was fighting a battle between wanting to comfort me and needing to keep his distance. I was making things difficult for him again. I wiped the tears from my eyes with the back of my hand. "Thanks, Jasper," I said, and meant it. Seeing him helped me get partial closure. "I'd better get going." I turned and walked towards the door. "Will you come back?" he asked. I stopped and turned back to him. "Do you want me to?" I was beyond surprised. This encounter couldn't have been any more pleasant for him than it had been for me. Probably less, given the physical discomfort he felt around me. And it's not like Jasper had ever wanted to spend a time with me before. "No one other than you knows I'm here. I don't mind being alone, it's why I stayed behind, but it would be nice to talk to someone once in a while. Maybe once a week. It wouldn't have to be more than that." I thought about this. I could certainly understand wanting to talk with someone every once in a while. But couldn't he just call Alice or Emmett or any other member of his family? But maybe that wasn't an option. Maybe he had been lying to me just like I had been lying to all my friends, and his seclusion wasn't voluntary at all. Was it possible that his family was so angry with him they had asked him not to go with them? I really would not have imagined them capable of that kind of punishment. But then I wouldn't have thought they would leave without saying goodbye to me either, so how well did I really know the Cullens after all? I felt awful. One stupid paper cut causing all this pain and loss. If only I had taken more care when opening that gift. I forced myself to stop that train of thought. Jasper was looking at me, still waiting for my answer. Could I come back here to talk to him? What would I tell Charlie? It would have to be after school, before Charlie came home, on a day I wasn't working. Given these restrictions, I probably couldn't swing more than one visit per week even if I wanted to. And being here, once a week, for a few hours, well, it wasn't at the top of my wish list, but it wouldn't kill me either. Or would it? That last thought snuck in, another reminder of my last encounter with Jasper. No, it would not. He said he was in control and he would not hurt me. He's more careful now. He'll hunt before I come and we'll keep a safe distance from each other and it will be fine. It's just talking. Like visiting someone at a hospital or nursing home. I had to smile at the last thought. Given the difference in our real ages, it would sort of be like visiting someone in a nursing home. I guess I could look at this as some sort of a community project, volunteering with the elderly. That seemed a lot less threatening, and my decision was made. "Okay, Jasper, I can come over next Thursday." "Thank you." Your kindness is much appreciated. Right. He even spoke like a grandfather. All formal. Sure. Now I really have to go. I started walking to the door again, but stopped dead in my tracks after only a couple of steps. Charlie would surely be home by now, thinking I had been in Port Angeles, and I had never even left Forks. What in the world would I tell him? I didn't want to lie, but I couldn't very well tell the truth either. How did I always manage to make such a mess of things? What's wrong, Bella? Jasper asked. I sighed, and explained about the note I left for Charlie and how I didn't want to lie any more than I already had. Besides, I was a horrible liar, and much worse in person than on paper. I'll be right back, Jasper said. The cool breeze behind me let me know that he had left the room at superhuman speed. He was back, standing in front of me, before I could turn around. In his hands he held a shopping bag from the Port Angeles department store. Alice purchased these but never wore them, he said. They still have the tags on. They should work as a prop to back up your story. I took the bag and looked inside. The two tops were not Alice's size, and they were both a shade of blue that Edward had liked me to wear. I swallowed hard. I had a feeling the tags were left on the garments because they had navy been intended for Alice in the first place. Thanks, Jasper, I said quietly. I'll see you Thursday after school. He opened the door for me and pressed himself flush to the wall as I passed. See you Thursday, he whispered. I walked back to my truck, threw the bag in the passenger seat and started the engine. Jasper was standing in the doorway watching me, illuminated by a thin shaft of light from the lamp in the living room. I knew he meant me no harm, but standing there, tall and lean, something about him screamed predator. I shivered involuntarily. Then I shifted the truck into gear and drove back home. As expected, Charlie's cruiser was parked in the driveway when I got home. I took a deep breath, reciting the story of shopping fun that I'd rehearsed on the drive home. I hoped I could sound convincing. I grabbed the bag and headed to the house. I could hear the TV on in the living room. Hey, Dad, I called out. Hey, Bella, did you have fun? I stood in the entry to the living room and held up the bag with a smile that I hoped didn't look too forced. Amazingly, the prop worked to create the right implication. Good. Got any plans for tomorrow? I was amazed that I was actually going to get away with the Port Angeles charade. But I was also wary of the question. Not really, I said hesitantly. I wasn't sure what Charlie was up to and I wanted to leave myself an out just in case. I'm going fishing with Billy and I thought you might want to come to La Push with me. You know, hang out with Jake. I mulled this over for a bit. I wasn't sure Jake would want to hang out with me all day. But a change in scenery might be a good thing. Anything was better than sitting around this house by myself all day, pining for Edward. Sure, that'd be good. Great. We're leaving bright and early, so set your alarm. Want to watch the rest of the game with me? Charlie almost never suggested that I join him to watch a game. It was as if he sensed that I didn't want to be alone in my room. Sometimes he was more perceptive than I gave him credit for. Still, I wasn't sure which option was less appealing, a miserable night in my room or an evening of baseball. In the end, I chose my room. No thanks. Since we're getting up early tomorrow, I think I'll go to bed. Good night, then. Good night. I was determined that tonight I would not cry myself to sleep. Instead of thinking about Edward, I focused on my encounter with Jasper. Encounter. That was a good word. I thought of that movie, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Sometimes Jasper seemed totally alien to me. He barely ever spoke to me. But when he did, he said such profound things. What had he called me earlier? Beautiful, warm, smart, kind, compassionate young woman. I snorted. I was hardly beautiful. I suppose I was warm. But then compared to vampires, any human being was warm. I might have been inclined to give him the smart, if it wasn't for the fact that I chose to get evolved with a vampire Adonis. Someone so far out of my league, it had to be the most stupid thing any human being has ever done to think that the relationship could last more than a few days, much less forever. I turned over to my side and wondered again if Jasper was in Forks by choice or if he had been forced to stay away from the Cullens. I really hoped his was a self-imposed exile. But if he was here by choice, why ask me to come back to the house? None of it made any sense. In the end, as much as I tried to avoid it, my thoughts returned to Edward. Once again I heard all of the horrible things he had said to me. I led up into a ball as my tears fell again. Was I ever going to be able to fall asleep without crying? The next morning Charlie and I had a light breakfast before driving out to La Push. We took my true CK to make it easier for Charlie to haul the fishing gear and Billy's wheelchair, but he drove. I was just happy not to be seen in the police cruiser. I had my school bag with me for something to do, just in case Jake had other plans while Billy and Charlie went fishing. With or without Jake, I was glad I agreed to go to La Push. It was the one place where Edward and I had never been able to go together. So it remained untainted by any painful memories. Soon we pulled up to Billy's house. The door opened almost immediately and Jake wheeled Billy to the front yard. "Hey, Bella," Jake said, smiling. He didn't seem surprised to see me. Charlie must have called Billy this morning while I was in the shower to let him know I was coming too. "Hey Jacob, Billy," I said brightly. Jake's smile was infectious. "Good to see you, Bella," Billy said. "About time you came out to visit." I didn't respond. Billy knew very well why I hadn't been able to visit before. My ex-boyfriend, with whom I had spent all my time, wasn't welcome on the reservation. He couldn't step foot past the border without breaking an ancient treaty. Now that Edward was gone, there was no reason for me to stay away. "You ready to head out, Chief?" Billy asked Charlie. "You bet. Where's your gear?" "I'll get it," Jake said as he ran to the stand-alone garage in the back of the yard. Charlie helped Billy into the truck and loaded his wheelchair in the back. Then added the fishing gear Jake brought back with him. "All right, kids, we'll be back this afternoon. Have fun," Charlie said as he got behind the wheel. Soon the truck was gone and it was just Jake and me in the front yard. "Here, let me take that," Jake said, reaching for my book bag. "Are you hungry, thirsty?" "No," I shook my head, "we ate before we came." "Okay, well, come on in. I'll just grab a soda and we can figure out what to do for the rest of the day." He turned before I could respond and headed into the house. I followed. Being behind him gave me a chance to take a good look at him without being watched myself. I noticed that he had grown since I last saw him. He was taller and more muscular. I knew he was still 15, but he sure didn't look it. He really looked more like a young man now than a boy. With this new body, his beautiful, long hair, his warm eyes and fabulous smile, I bet he was swatting off girls like flies. Wait, what? I stopped in my tracks. What in the world had made me think about Jake and girls? I shook my head to clear it. My depression over Edward's leaving was clearly impacting my mental health. I looked up to see Jake waiting, holding the front door open for me. I felt a blush creeping across my cheeks. I quickened my pace and entered the house. Jake tossed my book bag in the corner of the room and went to the kitchen. I stayed in the living room, furiously hoping he hadn't seen the blush and that it would be gone by the time he came back. I never wanted to think about him, my 15-year-old family friend, that way again. "So did you have anything in mind for today?" Jake yelled from the kitchen. I heard him opening and closing the fridge. He came back to the living room with 2 cans of Coke, handing me one of them. I set it down on a side table. "Still not thirsty," I said apologetically, and I didn't have anything specific in mind. I kind of made the decision to come at the last minute. He drained his Coke in a few gulps, then grabbed mine and drained it too, just as quickly. "Well, we could stay here and watch TV, or we can go on a hike, or take a walk on the beach. That was fun the last time you were here." He smiled and raised his eyebrows suggestively. Any hope of hiding my blush was lost as I felt a new wave of redness wash over my face, remembering how I Wardley tried to flirt with Jake last spring to get him to share some of his tribe's secret legends. The beach sounds good, I said. I figured we might as well take advantage of the nice weather while it was still here. Let's go then. He set down the empty can and grabbed my hand to pull me along. Since we had all day, we decided to walk to the beach. What have you been doing since we last saw each other, besides growing? I asked once we were on our way. I needed to get him talking before he could start asking questions, which were bound to be awkward. Absolutely everything I could possibly talk about involved Edward Cullen. And that was a subject I really wanted to avoid. You noticed, huh? Jake seemed pleased. I'm not blind. You've had quite the growth spurt. Jake scowled a bit. Yeah, it's kind of a pain. I have to keep buying new clothes and shoes. Money that would be better spent on car parts. But if you like what you see, maybe it was all worth it. He winked at me and I blushed again. Apparently Jake's self-confidence had grown along with his muscles. I ignored the innuendo. How is your car coming? I asked instead. Not bad, considering. I'm hoping to be done with it by my 16th birthday so I can drive it legally after I get my license. That's awesome, Jake. I was genuinely excited for him. Good luck. I'll expect to be one of the first passengers. His face lit up. Seriously, you got it. It's a date. Oops. I hoped I didn't make a mistake there. Jake was a nice kid and a good friend, but he was way too young for me even if I was inclined to date anyone, which I definitely was not. Still, this was the kind of statement that would be better left alone for now. No sense bringing down the mood. Besides, Jake probably hadn't meant it like that. We finally reached the beach. It was more difficult for me to walk in the sand, so we found a piece of driftwood that seemed designed for us to sit and talk. So, what's up with you? He asked. I looked down at my shoes, digging a hole in the sand. Not much, I said noncommittally, just in case his question wasn't as pointed as I suspected it was. I heard your boyfriend and his family left town. Apparently Jake couldn't take a hint. Yeah, I guess news travels fast. Billy must be happy. He doesn't have to watch me anymore. Jake laughed, both of us remembering that awkward conversation at prom. Dad has issues. He's so superstitious, believing in those old stories. But you're right, he was happy. Are you okay, though? You seemed really into him. His voice was wistful, as if he hoped I would deny it. I shrugged. I'll survive, I said, still looking down at the sand. I felt Jake's arm sneak around mine and pull me closer to him. With anyone else I would have resisted, but with Jake it felt right, just a comforting hug from a friend. We sat together for a long time without speaking before he finally broke the silence. Hate to see you hurting, Bella. I sighed. It's no treat for me either, believe me. But I'm sure I'll get over it in time. I just wish I knew what happened. One day he loved me and the next he was telling me I wasn't good enough for him. Did I really just say that out loud? What was it about Jake that made me confess my darkest secrets? What? Jake pulled away and pulled my face up to look at him. Are you kidding me? That scuzzball actually had the nerve to say you weren't good enough for him. Man, I wish he was still in town. I'd love to punch his lights out. He cracked his knuckles in what I'm sure was intended a threatening manner. Of course, I knew Jake could never come close to actually hurting Edward, he with his superhuman strength and rock-like body, not to mention his speed and ability to fend off attacks simply by reading his opponent's minds. I was glad Edward wasn't around. No confrontation between him and Jake could end well for my Lapush friend. Still, I was flattered by the sentiment. Thanks, Jake. I really appreciate the thought. But he's long gone and violence is not the answer anyway. Besides, you'd mess up my cunning plan. I think I managed to convince Charlie and everyone at school that our breakup was mutual. So mum's the word on what I told you today, okay? Sure, Jake said, though he still looked like he was looking for a fight. I needed to distract him, so I stood up and suggested we go back to his house to grab lunch and do some homework. The rest of the day with Jake was great. He was so easy to get along with, and we spent time finishing our homework before we went to the garage where we talked while he worked on his car. We talked about his sisters, about Renee, about his friends on the reservation. Without even trying, he reoriented my thoughts away from anything connected with Edward. For a few hours Edward's prediction had come true. It was as if he'd never existed. When Charlie and Billy came back, we all had dinner together and then we watched a game on TV. I wasn't really into the game, of course. But I enjoyed the evening nevertheless. For some strange reason it felt like a family holiday, like Thanksgiving. I realized that Billy and Jacob were an extension of our family. They cared about me just as much as Charlie did. Billy had even tried to warn me about Edward. I knew he had been worried about worse pain than the one I felt now, but I couldn't help thinking that had I only listened to his advice last May, things might be very different now. As it was, now that Edward was out of the picture, we could all hang out together more frequently. The thought made me really happy. Of course, as I suspected, those great feelings I had at Billy's house couldn't last forever. As soon as we came back home and I was in my room, alone, all of the feelings of inadequacy and abandonment came rushing back in. I tried to change my mood by listening to loud, obnoxious music, but the volume couldn't drown out my self-doubt. I'd never known my body could produce so many tears, but I wept the same way I had that very first night. The next few days passed much in the same way. I tried to spend as little time as possible in my bedroom, which never failed to make me feel sad. Otherwise, I just did my chores and homework, went to school and work, and generally tried to keep up my false front. I was super grateful to Angela. When I told her about my mic problem, she quickly solicited Ben's help, and between the two of them, there was absolutely never a time I was alone at school. When I wasn't working, I did homework with Angela and Ben too. I felt awful intruding on all their alone time together. But Angela assured me it was fine and that she knew I would have done the same for her if our roles were reversed. Ben seemed happy to do whatever Angela wanted, so I went along selfishly, knowing this was exactly what I needed to keep me from thinking about Edward. Angela couldn't help me at work, but it was still the busy season, so I managed to avoid spending time alone with Mike. Sometimes I could see his frustration and I felt badly for working so hard on foiling his plans. Mike was a good guy and he made me laugh, but I simply was not ready right now to consider him as anything more than a friend. So while I was working, I was the world's most attentive employee to all the customers, and I made sure to leave as soon as my shifts were over, leaving no time for dangerous chit-chat. As the week wore on and Thursday was closer and closer, my level of nervousness increased. I was angry with myself for agreeing to see Jasper. Though I still cried myself to sleep nightly, I felt that I was making a bit of progress, and I worried that seeing him and being in his house would bring back all sorts of unwelcome memories. Still, I made a promise, and I owed it to him to at least make an effort once. If it turned out really badly, I would simply tell him that I couldn't come back. School really dragged on Thursday, giving me lots of time to get worked up about seeing Jasper. I remembered how uncomfortable I felt the last time I saw him and how little we had in common. I really didn't know him at all. Other than those few days in Phoenix last spring, we barely even spoke to one another. He had always been polite with me, but also a bit withdrawn. I always had this feeling that he was tolerating my presence to make Alice happy. To me, that was his single redeeming value. However he acted towards me, I knew that his universe revolved around keeping Alice safe and happy, and that counted for something. At lunch I let Angela and Ben know that I would not be joining them after school. Angela looked at me quizzically, but she must have seen something in my face that made her accept my decision without protest. Ben couldn't quite hide his excitement at the prospect of an afternoon alone with Angela, which made me happier about my decision. After school I gathered up my books and headed out to my truck. I gave myself one last mental pep talk before driving out to Jasper's house. The front door opened as I was pulling up the drive, and Jasper walked out onto the porch. He wasn't smiling, exactly, but there was something in his face that made him look just A little more welcoming than last Friday. He was wearing a light blue denim shirt tucked into a pair of black jeans, and the outfit somehow made him look younger, more relaxed. He definitely doesn't look like Grandpa Jasper, I thought. And giggled. As if in response, his face broke into a grin. Drat. I knew he couldn't read my mind, but his ability to read my emotions was almost worse. It was as if he could see right into my soul. I parked the truck, turned off the engine, and got out. "Hey, Jasper," I called, a bit of apprehension returning. His grin faltered. "Hey, Bella," he responded, "glad you were able to make it. Come on in." Quote. As before, he entered the house well ahead of me, leaving that safety zone between us. I followed and closed the door behind me. Inside, I was surprised to see the living room shades lifted. "Isn't that a little dangerous?" His eyebrow lifted in silent question. "I just mean, aren't you worried that someone will see that you're here?" "Not really," he said easily. "I can sense it if anyone is around and hide fairly quickly. Besides, even if someone saw me, I'm an adult living in my parents' home. Nothing to cause anyone concern. The truth is," he continued, "the curtains were there to keep just one person from seeing inside, you. Once I made my decision to let you know I was here, they became superfluous." I considered this for a moment. So there was a time when he wasn't certain he would let me know he was in here. I wondered how he made his decision, but this didn't seem like the right time to ask. "Are you hungry or thirsty?" he asked. I didn't want you to be uncomfortable, so I got some human food. I followed his gaze to the kitchen, where the counter was stocked with a variety of beverages and snacks. "What did you do? Hold up a 7-Eleven? There's enough food here to feed a football team." He looked sheepish. "I didn't know what you liked, so I wanted to get a good selection." I walked to the kitchen and looked through his purchases, grabbing a can of soda and a small bag of chips. "Thanks, Jasper," I smiled. This was really thoughtful. He returned my smile with relief and pleasure, causing my smile to widen. It was so cute. He went out of his way to make sure I was comfortable. And when he smiled, he really looked different, kind of carefree. I found myself liking this happy Jasper. Then a thought struck me. Wait a second. Did you go shopping for all this in Forks? If he was seen around Forks, my father would undoubtedly hear about it, not to mention Jessica and her mother, and there would be all sorts of questions. It could make things really messy. "No," he answered quickly, sensing the direction of my thoughts. "I went to Port Angeles." "Oh, you really didn't have to do that for me." "I wanted to. Plus the trip was part of my new training." "Training? Yeah, would you like to sit?" I pulled out one of the kitchen bar counter stools and settled in. I opened my soda and chips and had some of each. Jasper stood towards the other end of the kitchen. "You were going to tell me about the training." I wasn't about to get distracted. He looked a bit uncomfortable. "I decided to work on improving my ability to interact with humans." I heard him. "But I didn't understand. You interacted with humans every day when you were in high school." "That was different. At school I was always with my family and they monitored my behavior." His tone left no doubt that he resented being monitored. As if realizing he revealed too much, he quickly continued, "It was a great help. Between Edward and Alice's powers, I always knew when to avoid particularly dangerous or tempting situations, and Emmett could always step in if things went really wrong. Like at the birthday party, I thought. I saw him look down and back up at me, and I knew his thoughts just echoed mine. But because the others are always around, it's been a long time since I've had any interactions with humans as an individual. So when Averio, nay else left, I decided to stay behind and see if I could handle human contact on my own." His eyes searched my face for understanding and I gladly gave it. I knew exactly how he felt. Edward always tried to shelter me as well. It was fine at first, flattering even. And let's face it, I am a disaster magnet, so some sheltering is not a bad thing. But it was also a bit stifling at times, especially when he overreacted. My dad used to say, "You'll never really learn how to ride a bike until the training wheels come off." It's kind of like that. We can't learn if we're not allowed to make mistakes. There was genuine relief on his face. It's not that I don't understand why they do it, he said. In my case, a mistake would be fatal, at least for the human, and it would obviously have repercussions for our family. Sure, I get that. Fortunately, my mistakes only seem to bring harm to me, so it's easier to argue for letting me make them, but still. Exactly. We were both silent for a while. Did they know you're in training? I asked, then immediately felt foolish. Alice probably had some visions, but were deliberately not in contact. Though I'm sure she would let me know if she saw something really terrible happen. Of course Alice would have seen it all. Which means that the training will be a success. I wondered how long it would take for the training to be over for Jasper to return to the rest of the Cullens. I pushed that thought aside. I didn't really want to dwell on the fact that he was only here temporarily. He could never replace the empty hole left by Edward, but he was a member of Edward's family. A family I once hoped would become my family as well, and this was better than being completely alone. So what exactly does your training involve? I asked, curiously. He pulled the fingers of his right hand through his hair to get it out of his eyes and leaned back against the kitchen counter. I knew the mannerisms were for my benefit. It's not like he ever needed to change positions to be comfortable, but I appreciated him signaling to me that he was quite relaxed. I thought I'd start with hunting daily and spending some time in public in Port Angeles. I went to the store. He gestured towards the snacks on the counter, and to the library. The library was much easier, fewer people, calmer emotions and more distractions. So you were able to hang out in Port Angeles without any slip-ups or urges? Not exactly. My head shot up in alarm. I mean, there were no slip-ups. I relaxed a little, but there were definitely urges. Fortunately I wasn't thirsty, so I was able to stay in control. But I'm afraid my plan is going to take some time. As I go on, I hope to build up my tolerance and go to busier places for longer periods of time. It won't happen overnight, but it will happen. He was absolutely determined. It sounds like a good plan, I said. I ate some more chips and drank more soda. So am I part of the training too? He smiled again. Sort of. Interacting with you one-on-one in close proximity is good training, but mostly I just wanted to get to know you better, as a friend. I finished my chips and soda and pulled away from the counter to find the trash can. As soon as I closed the distance between us, he stiffened and pulled himself up away from the counter, ready to spring in the opposite direction. I froze, understanding that I breached some invisible boundary, placing both of us in danger. We eyed each other wearily for a moment and I started to feel ridiculous. This was Jasper. He wouldn't hurt me. I just got too close and made him feel uncomfortable. No problem. I was used to dealing with this every time I got too close to Edward. Granted, the safety zone with Edward had been a lot smaller, but he had a lot of time to get used to being close to me. In any case, I knew exactly what I had to do. I just needed to re-establish the original zone and keep going. Right, I'm just going to set these here. I reached to the kitchen counter behind me and deposited the empty can and bag there, and we can throw them away later. I retraced my steps backwards, keeping my eyes locked with Jasper's, hoping I wouldn't trip over something on my way back to my seat. The whole thing felt like a weird ritual dance. Miraculously, I managed to stay upright and settled back on the stool. Jasper relaxed and leaned back against the counter. Everything was as if I hadn't moved at all. Oops, I said apologetically. I didn't mean to make you test your self-control like that. I'm sorry. You don't have to apologize, Bella. I was fine. I just didn't want you to be uncomfortable. I guess great minds really did think alike. Let's just forget it happened, okay? Can I ask you a question? Please don't be offended, but why do you want to be friends with me now? I never got the impression that you were particularly interested in being friends with me before. He grimaced. Did anyone ever tell you that for a human with no special powers you're entirely too perceptive? I laughed. Sorry, Jasper, but I don't think I need superpowers or even be particularly perceptive to notice that you never asked me any question. Or spoke to me or even wanted to be in the same room with me. I mean, everyone else seemed to like me, except Rosalie and you. I kind of figured out why Rosalie hated me, but I never knew with you. Was it because I tricked you in Phoenix? Quote, as soon as the words came out I cringed internally. Why did I have to bring up that whole episode? What a downer. Way to kill a good conversation, Bella. Fortunately, Jasper didn't seem as inclined as Edward to brood every time I mentioned anything even remotely related to James and Phoenix. It's not that I wasn't interested in being your friend. It's that for me real friendship always develops like this, through one-on-one conversations where you can really get to know someone. I knew that Edward and Alice were way overprotective and would never let me be alone with you. They would be much too afraid for your safety. So it was easier to convince myself that I wasn't interested in you at all, on any level, and to stay away from you altogether. That way no one had to watch me to make sure I didn't misbehave. But I think that was a mistake, he continued. Staying away from you actually made me more of a danger to you. I simply wasn't as you said to your scent and the sound of your heart and blood. That probably explains in part why my reaction to your paper cut was so much stronger than that of the others. I nodded in understanding and agreement. I was sure he was right on this point. So now, without Alice and Edward around, we can try to be friends. He nodded. Something you want to, of course. I think I would like that very much. Once we established that we both wanted to be friends, the rest came easily. Jasper started asking me questions about my life before coming to Forks and I found myself telling him practically my whole life story. He was a good listener. Refraining from interrupting, letting the story unfold on its own. I was reminded of the time Edward and I started to get to know each other, the endless stream of questions where I felt like a subject of a psychology experiment. This was totally different, much more comfortable. I wasn't worried at all about saying the wrong thing. I guessed it was because I wasn't in love with Jasper, and didn't feel like I had to impress him or measure up to some standard. I had just started telling Jasper about how Renee and Phil met when my eyes fell on the clock. I panicked. It was so late. Talking with Jasper was so enjoyable I completely lost all track of time, and now I would barely have enough time to get home and heat up leftovers for Charlie. Jasper sensed the change in my emotions. Are you okay? He asked, knowing I wasn't. It's really late. I have to go. His face clouded over as he looked at the clock. I'm sorry Jasper, but I really can't tell Charlie that you're back and I'm spending time here with you. He wouldn't understand, and I don't want to lie to him, so I have to get home before he does. I scrambled off the stool and walked quickly to the door. Will you come back next week? I heard him ask. He was trying to sound casual, but there was a hint of anxiety in his voice as well, as if he expected me to say no. I'll be back, Jasper. I yelled over my shoulder. Running to my truck. I hated to leave so abruptly, but there was no time to waste. As it was I was going to be pushing my truck to the limit to beat Charlie home. I was lucky. Charlie was delayed at work so I had enough time to prepare dinner and didn't have to explain anything. After dinner I cleaned up and pulled out my books, settling down at the kitchen table to do my homework while Charlie watched TV in the living room. After a great afternoon with Jasper, I really did not want to go up to my depressing room. Charlie came into the kitchen to grab a beer and looked at me funny, but didn't say anything or ask any questions. I was done with my homework by 8, too early to go to bed even if I hadn't minded going upstairs. I chopped up some vegetables for a I was going to cook tomorrow and wondered what to do next. Completely out of ideas, I went to the living room and joined Charlie on the couch. After a moment I moved closer to him and leaned my head on his shoulder. He looked at me in surprise. Everything all right, Bella? He asked. Yeah, Dad, it's just. I hesitated. How much could I tell him before he guessed the truth? I decided to risk it. I miss him. It was weird to talk about this with Charlie, but it was strangely comforting too. Do you want to give him a call? Don't worry about the long-distance charges. I shook my head vehemently. No, I said, maybe a little too strongly. I don't want to call him. And he definitely does not want to hear from me. Okay, Bells, I just wanted you to know you could. Thanks. After a few minutes of silence, Charlie tried again. What about this dating other people? Maybe that would help. I looked at him glumly. Not ready yet, huh? I shook my head. He put his arm around my shoulder and hugged me to him. I didn't shift away from him, enjoying the physical contact. I realized that he, of all people, knew exactly what it was like to be left behind by someone he loved. As if sensing my thoughts, Charlie said, "It does get easier, Bells. Just give it some time." I nodded mutely. I knew he was right. He spoke from experience, after all. But it didn't make it any less painful. Even though he had hurt me so badly, I was still in love with Edward Cullen, and I hated myself for it. I wanted to be stronger than that. I wanted to be able to forget him as he had clearly forgotten me. But my heart betrayed me. How would I ever be able to trust it again? And then I realized that maybe I never would. Maybe I was exactly like my dad, who had never gotten over his one true love. My mother had left him, saying horrible things to him, then went on to date and eventually marry another man, and yet he still loved her and wasn't able to move on. What if that was my destiny as well? Or ever pining for the perfect man I fell in love with, who felt I wasn't good enough for him. Only the fact that Charlie was sitting next to me helped me keep my composure. We sat together watching TV all night. Finally, when the news was over, Charlie stood up. Time for bed, Bells. It's a school night. I didn't want to go to bed. I already knew how that was going to end and I was not eager to repeat the experience. I'll stay up a little longer, Dad, I said. There's someone on Letterman that I really want to see. Charlie looked skeptical, but in the end he didn't argue. All right, but make sure you get enough rest. Definitely, I said. I wasn't at all interested in the TV program, but I kept it on to keep up the pretense. Instead of watching, I went over my afternoon visit with Jasper. It was nothing like I had expected it to be and I was shocked to find that I actually had a good time. Surprisingly, it was almost as easy to talk with him as with Jake and maybe even easier, Beck. Jasper knew all about Edward and vampires. I didn't have to hide anything from him. To think that we could have become friends long ago and had this great rapport the whole time Edward and I were dating. I found myself angry with Alice and Edward for being so overprotective. Maybe if they'd had more confidence in Jasper, all this nonsense with the paper cut could have been avoided and we all would still be together. I was tired and was having a hard time keeping my eyes open. But I definitely did not want to go upstairs to cry. I grabbed a blanket from the back of the couch and draped it over me, resting my head on a pillow. My eyelids felt heavier and heavier as I struggled to pay attention to the actor being interviewed on the show. At some point, my battle with my eyelids was lost, and I drifted off to sleep. No tears in sight. The next morning I woke up to Charlie gently shaking my shoulder. "Time to get ready for school, Bella," he said. I was still tired and groggy, but I used myself enough to make it to the upstairs bathroom. The shower woke me up completely and soon I was ready to go. I quickly put a hunk of meat into the slow cooker, along with the vegetables I had cut the night before. "Way to go, Bella. You must have some fortune teller in you." I had to work tonight, but this way dinner would be ready when Charlie came home. There wasn't enough time left for breakfast, so I grabbed a granola bar and headed off to school. My morning classes passed quickly and before I knew it I was walking with Ben and Angela to the cafeteria. We sat at our usual table filled with the rest of our friends. Everyone was excitedly talking about their weekend plans, but I tuned them out. I kept thinking about my afternoon yesterday with Jasper, how much fun it had been and how I hated to wait a whole week before seeing him again. I was so lost in thought that when I saw the faces of my friends looking at me expectantly, waiting for an answer, instead of asking them to repeat the question I just said, "Sure." The look of disbelief on Angela's face instantly alarmed me. "Oh ho, Bella, what mess did you get yourself into now?" I couldn't very well ask Angela at the lunch table. But as soon as the bell rang I pulled her over to the side. "What, Angela, what did I just agree to? You mean you don't know? You just answered even though you weren't paying attention. That wasn't very smart." Angela's disapproval was all too obvious. "I know, but I was lost in thought and I didn't want people to ask me what I had been thinking. I didn't think it was anything important." "It's not important, really. You just agreed to see a movie Saturday night with Jessica, Lauren, Tyler, Eric and Mike." I groaned. She couldn't be serious, yet I saw in her face that she very much was. "Oh, Angela, this is a disaster. I figured you might feel that way. I was all set to feed you an excuse, but then you just answered and there was nothing I could do. Thanks for trying to look out for me. It's not your fault I'm such an idiot. I guess I just have to live with the consequences." "Did they decide on what movie?" Angela named the title and explained that it was a romantic comedy. I groaned. This was getting worse and worse. "Well," I said dejectedly, "what's done is done. I guess I have until tomorrow night to figure out how to deal with this. For now we'd better get to class before we're both late." I walked into the class just as the bell rang, earning a disapproving glance from the teacher. I slid into my seat, took out my book and notebook, and concentrated on not looking around. I pulled my hair down around my face like a curtain to further separate myself away from the other students. Mike was in this class and I suspected right now he would have a silly grin on his face that would only make me feel worse. This had been such a monumental mistake on my part. How could I let it happen after all these days of being so careful? At least it was a group outing and not a date. But considering the people involved I knew I would be miserable. Lauren had always hated me and Tyler had never forgiven me for what happened at last year's prom, even though none of that was my fault. Eric was pretty harmless on his own, but he tended to follow Tyler's lead and Jessica would most likely be mad at me for being paired up with her ex. That left exactly one person in my corner for the night, Mike. And that was the last person I wanted there. I knew he would be polite, funny, nice, that he would step up to defend me if any of the other four tried to say anything to hurt my feelings. And I also knew that he would place much more significance on this outing than the rest of us would, possibly seeing it as a first step to a new level of relationship with me. I groaned. I needed to talk to someone about all this, to figure out what to do. I really needed a friend, a guy friend, who would give me a different perspective, teach me how to walk that fine line where I could be friendly but not encouraging. I had clearly failed last year with Tyler, so I knew I needed help. I briefly considered driving out to La Push to talk to Jake, but he was too young and inexperienced. Talking to Ben was out of the question. He was close with the rest to the guys and I couldn't afford of that type of a conversation to get back to them. Jasper might have been helpful, but I wasn't going to see him until next week when it was too late. The bell rang and I realized I had been lost in my thoughts the entire class period. Terrific. Now I would need to borrow notes and find out the homework assignment from someone. At least that part would be easy, since Ben was in the class with me. I made a mental note to call him tomorrow. For the rest of the afternoon I made sure I paid attention in class. I couldn't help but notice, more than once, that I had been right about Mike. In every class we had together his face was fixed with a permanent smile, and he kept trying to catch my eye. When our eyes did meet once, he winked at me, causing me to look away instantly and a blush to spread to my cheeks. Great, that would only reinforce his wrong impression. Of course, I knew that the worst was still to come. A Friday evening shift at the Newton's store. Even during a busy season Fridays were pretty light. Most of those inclined to buy outdoors gear would already be out enjoying the weekend. I would have to be extra creative to avoid Mike. For once my luck held. The store was slow, really slow, and Mike's mom was working. Mrs. Newton may not have looked like she belonged in an outdoor outfitter store. But she watched the bottom like line a hawk. As soon as she realized how light the customer traffic was, She offered to let me have the night off. Ordinarily my need add to my college fund would have overridden my desire for a free evening, but today all I wanted was to get out of having to spend time alone with Mike. He looked absolutely crestfallen as I took his mother up on her offer and made a beeline for my truck. I started driving without thinking, and it took me a couple of minutes to realize that I wasn't on my way home. Instead, I found myself pulling off the road onto the drive that most people passed by without noticing, and driving up to the Cullen house. I put my truck in park, but didn't get out. I wasn't sure what to do next. I hadn't called Ed ahead and Jasper wasn't expecting me today. What if he wasn't home? What if he was home, but didn't want to see me? What if he hadn't hunted? Indecision was gnawing at my insides. I should have just gone home. But you didn't go home. Bella, I silently argued with myself. You're here, so you might as well try to see him. What's the worst that can happen? I made sure I didn't answer that last question. The worst that could happen was no longer a possibility, I hoped. I turned off the ignition and opened the door. As if on cue, the front door to the home opened as well. Bella, Jasper said, I'm glad you decided to stay. Jasper looked genuinely happy to see me and I realized I was thrilled to see him. Was it possible that we had only agreed to try to be friends yesterday? I felt like I was visiting someone I had known forever. I practically ran to the house, causing Jasper to laugh out loud. Miss me that much, huh? He teased. I noticed in passing that for once he didn't go into the house first and he didn't shrink away from me when I passed him on the way in. As a matter of fact I did, I said, surprising him and myself. But don't get a big head, I quickly added. It's just, you're the only person I don't have to lie to and this is the only place I can really be myself. Plus, I need your advice. I turned back to look at him and noticed that he still left a few feet between us. It was a smaller distance than yesterday, though, so he was clearly making progress. I was really happy for him, knowing how much he needed to prove that he could exercise sufficient self-control on his own. His face was full of curiosity and he looked like he was about to ask a question when we both heard my stomach growl loudly. I suddenly remembered how little I ate at lunch as I was daydreaming about my last visit with him. The thought absolutely mortified me, and I felt my entire face flush with embarrassment. Snack time for the human? He asked. My head snapped up in shock. As the phrasing that Edward had used all the time, and it brought a sudden flash of pain. I couldn't blame Jasper, though. He must have simply been repeating the words he heard Edward use and didn't realize the impact they would have on me. I guess so, I replied slowly and looked accusingly at my stomach, as if it was its fault I hadn't eaten properly today. Sorry, it's no problem, Bella. Hunger is a natural need for all of us. Help yourself. He motioned towards the junk food smorgasbord in the kitchen. I noticed that the brand of soda and chips I chose the previous day had been restocked. You went shopping again, he nodded. You didn't have to do that for me, Jasper. All the other stuff is fine. I don't mind, Bella. Besides, it's part of the training, remember? I did remember. But some part of me wanted to believe that he went back to the store to do something nice for me, not just to test his tolerance of humans. I didn't like the vain direction of my thoughts, and I need Ed to get to the reason I came over in the first place, so I grabbed the soda and chips and headed for the living room. The subject of the conversation would be awkward enough, so I might as well make myself as comfy as I possibly could. Jasper followed me. This time, however, he didn't sit in the chair on the other side of the room. Instead, he gracefully folded himself into a cross-legged sitting position on the floor, a few feet away from the sofa where I had settled down. So what brings you here? I thought you were working tonight, he asked while I ate my chips and drank the soda. I scrunched up my face in confusion. I didn't remember telling him that I was working tonight, but then my memory was human and, by definition, imperfect. Maybe I had mentioned something yesterday, not that it really mattered. It was slow. So Mrs. Newton offered me a night off, and I really needed to talk to you, so I took her up on her offer. It was his turn to look confused. You really needed to talk to me. What about? He was slightly concerned. Well, I did something really dumb today and now I have a big problem and I need some advice on how to handle it. He continued to look puzzled. You did something dumb. Something human. I nodded. He continued to look perplexed. Let's see if I understand. This is a human problem. Yup. And you need my advice. Aha. But Bella, you know I don't really do well with humans. I'm the last person on Earth you should go to for advice on human matters. I sighed. I'll admit you're not the ideal person for this, but I really need a guy's perspective. The change in his demeanor was very subtle, almost imperceptible, but I could swear I saw him tense up a bit. Why would you need advice from a guy's perspective? He asked suspiciously. Didn't expect him to help without knowing what happened, so I explained about being distracted at lunch and how I agreed to go to the movies with Mike without realizing what I was doing. I omitted the cause of the distraction, as that was hardly relevant. So, he said slowly, you're going on a date with Mike Newton. His voice was low and not at all friendly. Isn't that a little too soon? Okay. So maybe seeking dating advice from my ex-boyfriend's brother was not the best idea I ever had, but why did Jasper sound so mad? I didn't break up with Edward, he's the one who didn't want me. And beside, it's not like I wanted to go out with Mike, I was a victim of my perpetual bad luck. There was absolutely no reason for the guilt that flooded my system upon hearing his words. It's not like that, I snapped. It's not a date, exactly. More like a group outing to a movie. We're going with Lauren, Tyler, Eric and Jessica. Again I sensed that nearly imperceptible shift in his demeanor, easing the tension I saw earlier. It reappeared just as quickly as it left. So if it's not a date, what's the problem? Why do you need guy advice? It's not a date to me, but I have this bad feeling that Mike would like it to be. Yes, Jasper said quietly, I'm sure you're right. He's wanted that from the first moment he laid eyes on you. I looked at him sharply. I could only imagine what he had been able to feel from Mike that day and all the rest of my junior year. Of course even I, a non-empath, knew Mike had liked me from the very start and had always hoped he could be more than a friend. I know, I said, sadly, but I never, ever did anything to encourage it. I made sure to never do anything that would make me look like more than a friend. And he has been a good friend throughout, even when I was dating Edward. So I really don't want to hurt him. I just don't know how to make it clear to him that I'm not ready for anything more right now. I saw another lightning flash of something across Jasper's face. Something like disappointment or maybe pain. Before I could identify it, it was gone. So how about it? Got any advice? How can I let a guy know that I like him as a friend, but nothing more? Without crushing his ego and bruising that friendship. I could see he was concentrating now. Probably scanning his endless memory banks for a similar situation, something that would be helpful. I watched as his frown became deeper and deeper, until he finally looked directly into my eyes. I'm so sorry, Bella. I wish I could help. I've never had to do what you're going to do. They've been with Alice for so long and before her, let's just say before Alice, I didn't have any reason to let anyone down gently. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. What he said made perfect sense. But I was still disappointed. I don't know why I had been so certain that Jasper would be able to tell me exactly what to do. Clearly, though, this was not the right subject for him to advise on. The only consolation was that there really wasn't anyone else who would have fit the bill any better. I was on my own. I suppose, he continued, and I looked at him in surprise, that you have to make sure you stay as far away from him as you can physically. I imagine his hormones will be raging after such a prolonged period of latent attraction, and it will make it hard for him to keep his hands off you. I gasped. Whatever else he was or wasn't, Mike was a gentleman. He would never. Relax, Bella. You don't need to defend his character. I didn't mean it like that. I know he would never do anything against your will. But he may try something without asking. Nothing too excessive or out of norm, probably just a kiss. But that would make you uncomfortable, and if you rejected him it would crush him. So it's best not to even give him the opportunity to try. Okay. Keep a safe distance from Mike so there's no chance of kissing. Check. Got any other ideas? Sometimes you can disrupt a couple's dynamic if you add another person into the mix. Is that a possibility? Could you invite someone else to go with you, to make the whole thing feel less like a triple date and more like a group? I bit my lip anxiously. Jasper was onto something with this last idea. Inviting someone else might work, but who? I could go with you, if you'd like, he offered, as if reading my mind. In addition to changing the dynamic, I could calm Mike down if I felt him getting too amorous. I couldn't suppress a smile at Jasper's choice of words. I figured I knew what other adjectives he had considered and rejected until he settles on the more neutral choice. I thought about Jasper's offer. It made sense to have him with us. His power could indeed prove quite useful. But was he ready for that kind of human exposure? He had only been training for a little while. He still didn't even feel comfortable enough to sit next to me, and we were going out tomorrow night. What if he couldn't handle it? What if someone got hurt? No, it was better to endure an actual date with Mike than to take that kind of risk with Jasper's newfound resolve. No, I shook my head. I don't think that would work. It would be too hard to explain your return to Forks without your family. And it would start too many questions about Edward. I kept thinking, but no one else came to mind. The only other Opal I could think of were Ben and Angela, and while I would have loved to have them along, they came as a couple, so they would do nothing to disrupt the date dynamic. In fact, as in love as they were with one another, they would probably make things worse. Short of asking Charlie, I can't think of anyone to invite tomorrow. Good idea, Jasper, but I'm afraid it won't work. We were both silent for a while as we tried to think of other ideas. Finally he spoke. You could tell him the truth, Bella. Explain that you're not over Edward and that you need more time. Newton's a good kid and he's very protective of you. He would understand. He made it sound so simple, but it wasn't. First, it would require me to admit to one of my friends that I had lied about being okay with the breakup, and I wasn't sure if I could make myself that vulnerable. Second, my friendship with Mike was not the same as my friendship with Jasper, so I wasn't even sure I could talk to him about Edward without causing supreme awkwardness for us both. Maybe, I allowed, not wanting to reject the suggestion outright. I'll have to see how it goes. My stomach complained again, loudly, and I reached for the chips and soda. Eating made me feel better. Maybe I was stressing over nothing. I looked at my watch and bit my lip. I didn't have much time before my shift at Newton's was over and I had to go home. You could always cancel, make up an excuse, fake an illness, get home late tonight and get ground. That would be the easiest way to avoid any unpleasant situations. I sighed. This was a tempting option, but it would require even more lying. And I really didn't want to get grounded. If I was grounded, how would I come back to visit Jasper? Whatever happens tomorrow, Bella, it will be all right. It's just one movie, not the end of the world. Easy for him to say. I leaned forward and wrapped my arms tightly around my midsection. This was all so horrible. Maybe staying in Forks had been a bad idea. Meeting new people couldn't possibly be as bad as this. More silence, and then I heard him say in a low, hesitant voice, "Would you like me to call Alice and ask her to look into the future for you? Help you figure out what to do?" I glanced up at him, filled with hope, but my excitement faded as I saw how miserable he looked. He was willing to call Alice for me, but he clearly wasn't looking forward to it. I wondered why he didn't want to speak with his wife. I imagined they missed each other terribly. Then I remembered what he'd said the day before. They had agreed to stay out of contact. I had no idea of the reason behind this decision, but it was obvious that Jasper was not happy at the prospect of speaking with Alice. No matter what his reason, I couldn't ask him to break the calm communication silence and call Alice for something as stupid as the outcome of a pseudo-date. Besides, knowing how close Alice was with Edward, she would surely disapprove of my decision to go out tomorrow as much as Jasper had. And I really didn't want to go through the explanation again. And what if after all the explanations Alice saw something that was horrible? Maybe just this once I would be better off not knowing what the future held. That's okay, I murmured. I think I'd rather not know. Like you said, it's only a movie. Jasper was looking down at the floor. It felt like he was deliberately avoiding my eyes. I'm really sorry I involved you in all this, Jasper. I bet you were looking forward to a quiet evening, and I had to go mess it all up with my human melodrama. I shouldn't have come. Bella, stop, he nearly shouted, his voice laced with frustration. Then, voice calmer but still tinged with irritation. We're friends, right, right. I was surprised at his tone and not quite certain where he was going. But the hard quality of his voice sure had my attention. Well, isn't this what friends are for? They stop by when they have problems and ask each other for advice and listen to one another, right? Right. I was still hesitant. This was the first time Jasper had ever been angry with me. Look, I know better than anyone how much you love a pity party, and I'm not saying that you're not entitled to one after all that's happened in the last 2 weeks. And I'm totally willing to be there, to listen, and to do whatever it takes to make you feel better about yourself again. Because you need that and you deserve that. But I can't handle you apologizing for turning to me in friendship. It pisses me off. I can't believe you'd think spending another night alone would be preferable to talking with you and trying to help you. If I felt that way I would be a first-class jackass instead of a friend. Do you really think so little of me? In one swift and fluid movement, Jasper rose and walked away to stand by the window and look out at the forest beyond the clearing. I felt horrible. No, Jasper, of course I don't think that. You've been a great friend. I wanted to go over and touch him. Put my hand on his shoulder, something to let him know how much his friendship meant to me, but I knew that would only infringe on his space and make things worse. So I stayed where I was, unable to do anything. Then please, Bella, let this be the last time you apologize for treating me as you would any other friend. Give me some credit, okay? And stop beating yourself up. Because I hate when anyone does that to the people I care about. I'll try, I whispered. I was stunned. I didn't think Jasper had all these emotions in him. Good, he said, try really hard. Jasper, I asked after another long silence. Yes, thank you. I both needed and deserved that, I said, echoing his earlier words. He chuckled. Yeah, you did, and you're welcome. Just don't give me a reason to do it again. Now that the tension between us was gone, I wanted to stay and keep talking, but it was getting late and Charlie would be wondering where I was if I didn't get home soon. Before I left, Jasper handed me a piece of paper with a phone number. He hadn't written down a name. This is my cell, Bella. I always have it with me and it's always on. If you ever need to talk or if you need help, anytime, day or night. Call me, okay, quote. I promised I would and carefully tucked the piece of paper into my wallet. When I got home Charlie asked if I wanted to go back to La Push with him the next day. I was torn. I wanted to go back, but I had my plans tomorrow night and didn't want Charlie to have to cut his day short to bring me back. I explained about the movie and thought I saw a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Which prompted me to roll mine. It's not a date, Dad. Just hanging out with friends. I made sure to emphasize the plural. I know, Bells. I'm just glad to see you get out. It'll be good for you to spend time with your friends. I didn't comment further. It was no use. Charlie was entitled to his opinion. I went upstairs to change for bed, but didn't go to my room. Instead, I grabbed the pillow and blanket off my bed and headed back downstairs. Charlie eyed me suspiciously. What are you doing? I want to watch Letterman tonight, I said, and I just though. I'd be prepared in case I fall asleep again. Something wrong with your bedroom? Nope. I shook my head, except there's no TV in it. Charlie reluctantly let it go and headed upstairs. Since it wasn't a school night, he really had no reason to object. Once again, I forced myself to stay awake until exhaustion finally took its toll. The next day I woke up to the sounds of Charlie fixing breakfast in the kitchen. I was tired and sore, but at least my eyes didn't sting and I felt a bit more in control of my emotions. I took off the quilt, got up and padded to the kitchen. "Morning, Dad." "Morning, Bells. How about some waffles?" Charlie was taking a couple of frozen waffles from the toaster. They smelled pretty good and I realized I was still starving. I had forgotten to eat dinner the previous night. I popped 2 more waffles into the toaster and poured myself some orange juice. Just then, the phone rang. Charlie reached for the receiver. "Hello." He listened to the caller's introductions. "Yes, she's right here, Mike." "Just a moment." He handed me the phone, mouthing the word, "Newton," as if the person on the line could have been anyone else. "Hey Mike, what's up?" I wondered why he was calling. "Wasn't seeing me later tonight enough? You left too quickly last night to finalize our plans for tonight." I cringed and looked at Charlie to see if he could hear Mike. He was trying to appear nonchalant, but I could tell he was listening. Great. All I needed now was for Mike to talk about my not working last night. I left the kitchen and walked into the living room, as far as the fully stretched phone cord would allow. Yeah, sorry about that," I mumbled. "We're still on, right? I mean, you're still coming." I couldn't believe it. Here was my chance. He was giving me the perfect opening to get out of this thing. Why wasn't I prepared for this? What should I say? "Bella." He was starting to sound anxious and I still had no excuse. Plus, what would I tell Charlie? He looked so hopeful when I told him I was going out tonight. "I'm here," I said, resigned to my fate. "And I'm still going tonight. What's the plan?" I could hear Mike's sigh of relief and I realized how anxious he had been at the possibility that I might back out. And still, despite the anxiety, he had given me the choice. Knowing how kind he was being to me and how much he was looking forward to. Tonight's outing filled me with an overwhelming sense of guilt. I didn't have time to dwell on the guilt, though, because I needed to concentrate on the plans Mike was trying to convey to me, unaware of my internal struggle. He would pick up the others first and I would be the last stop before we drove to Port Angeles to see the 7 p.m. movie. After the movie we would go get something to eat before coming home. I told him about my curfew and he assured me we would be home before then. It all sounded so routine, just an average Saturday night in an average teen's life. For me, it would be an endless evening of dread and worry. "Okay, Bella, see you at 5:30, Mike said, brightly. "I'm really looking forward to it." "Sure, Mike," I said weakly, "see you later." I went back to the kitchen and hung up the phone. Charlie had taken my waffles out of the toaster and put them on the plate. "All set for tonight?" he asked. "Yup," I replied, dourly. I couldn't think of anything I wanted to do less. Even the thought of spending the evening alone in my room sounded better. And the prospect of sitting home alone all day thinking and dreading tonight wasn't helping. Suddenly, I had an idea. "Dad, I can't stay all day. But would it be all right if I went to La Push this morning? Even if Jake's busy, I could hang out at the beach. You know, get some fresh air before the weather turns bad." "Great idea, Bells," Charlie said. "We can take separate cars. I have to go now, but I'll let Jake know you'll be coming out later." "Thanks." I dove into my waffles and ate them quickly, washing them down with the orange juice. I grabbed my pillow and quilt before running upstairs to shower and change. By the time I was ready to leave, I was in a much better mood. About half an hour later I pulled up to Billy's house. I hoped Jake would be there, but I wasn't counting on it. I had brought a book with me to read on the beach, just in case. That turned out to be unnecessary. As soon as I parked the truck and got out, the front door opened and Jake ambled out to greet me. "Bells, your dad said you were coming out, but I didn't believe him. 2 weeks in a row, must be some kind of a record." "Well, if you're complaining," I teased. "Geez, Bells, lighten up. It's nice to have you here. What's on the agenda for today?" "No agenda. I just wanted to get some fresh air, hang out." I have to be back home by 5:30. Yeah, I heard. Big date. Huh, what? No. How did you know about that? I asked suspiciously. Is it a secret? Jake asked slyly. If it is, you probably shouldn't have told Charlie. You know he and Billy gossip like old women. I groaned. I would have to have a talk with Charlie about keeping my private life private. Jake shrugged. I wouldn't worry about it, Bella. I mean, you're old enough to date and you're single. What's the big deal? I was frustrated. The big deal is that it's not a date. I said, louder than I intended. It's just a bunch of people going to a movie together and I want to keep it that way. Jake leaned casually against the truck. You may want to keep it that way, but I bet the guy doesn't. Who is it? Mike Newton. Jake scrunched up his face. Mike Newton. Mike Newton. Suddenly his face flashed with recognition. The guy who was at the beach with you last spring. He's still after you. Persistent. I scowled. He's a nice guy, a good friend. But I think he wants to be more and it's too soon. I still love Edward, I said, bitterly. It was Jake's turn to scowl. After everything he did to you. What are you, a masochist? Maybe. My voice trailed off. That was about the only reasonable explanation for what I was feeling. Jake pushed himself away from the truck and grabbed my hand. Come on, let's walk, he said, and I had no choice but to follow. For a few minutes we walked without talking. So, what's wrong with you? He finally asked. What's wrong with me? I was taken aback. What's wrong with you? Could you be any more rude? Get off it, Bella. I'm not trying to be rude. I'm trying to understand. I mean, the guy dumps you, tells you you're not good enough for him, leaves town, and you still love him. That's not normal. I yanked my hand out of his and stopped walking. Oh my God, I can't believe I actually came out here to feel better. And I can't believe I trusted you enough to tell you what happened. You know what, Jacob Black? You can just take your opinions in. Careful, Bells, he laughed. You might say something unladylike. Ooh, I was steaming. You deserve every unladylike syllable. Stop laughing at me, can't. You're too funny when you're mad. Fine. Keep on laughing, then. The joke's leaving. I turned and started walking back to his house. He caught my hand to stop me. I tried to pull away, but he held fast. Wait, I'm sorry. Don't leave, please. He stuck out his lower lip in a pleading pout. I stopped struggling, less in response to his pleading than in realization that the struggle was useless. What do you know about what's normal? I said, quietly, looking at the ground. Hey, he said as he placed his free hand on my chin and forced me to look at him. I didn't mean to hurt you, just to make you mad. To show you what you should be feeling. I knew it was in there somewhere. Oh, Jake, I sighed. I am mad. I'm mad with him and I'm mad at myself for not being over him. But I can't stop feeling what I feel. I don't get it, he mumbled. That's because you've never been in love. Or maybe because you're a guy. Or maybe because I really am insane. I wasn't mad anymore and we started walking again. I really am sorry, Bella, he said. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I know, Jake. It's all right. No, it's not all right. I was a jerk. Yeah, I agreed, smiling. You were a jerk. An insensitive jerk. We reached the beach and settled in on the same piece of driftwood we found last time. He looked at me sideways from beneath beautiful long, black lashes that had no business on a guy's face. I'd feel better if you were over him. Why? So when he decides to come back you'll be able to handle it and not let him ever do this to you again. He's not coming back, Jake. What makes you so sure? I just know. He was pretty clear about that. One of his brothers is back, you know. I looked up at him, absolutely shocked. How do you know that? I overheard Billy talking with Sam Yulee. Sam said he saw him in the forest, near the reservation border. Jake's eyebrows came together in a frown. Wait, you're not surprised. You knew, he said, accusingly. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Once again Jake managed to dig out my biggest secrets. If this happened again I would have to stop talking to him altogether. He was dangerous. I saw him. No need to mention how many times. So, what's he doing here? Are they coming back? No. Quick, Bella, think of some explanation. He's just in town for a while, packing up some stuff they didn't take with them when they left. Just him. Why didn't the doctor come, or the mom? Jasper is taking a year off before he goes to college, so he has time. I was such a lousy liar. Fortunately, Jake wasn't. He particularly interested in the explanation. Whatever, I really don't care. Just as long as they're not coming back. Trust me, they're not coming back. I sighed. I was reminded again that soon Jasper would be gone too, never to return. And then I would never be able to be completely honest with anyone again without them thinking I was off the charts crazy. Jake looked at me for a minute, his eyes scanning my face like he was looking for something. What? I asked, slightly embarrassed. Nothing. I was just wondering if you've forgiven me yet. You know, for earlier. Still thinking about it. You were pretty mean. Seems too easy to just forgive you outright. All right, Bella. What do I have to do to earn your forgiveness? Want me to run interference for you with that Newton guy, like I did last year? It was my turn to laugh. I remembered Mike did not like Jake and me hanging out together at the beach last year, even though it had been totally innocent. And then I stopped laughing and my eyes widened. It was as if someone turned on the lights in a DRK room. The solution to my problem was right here. Jacob, you're brilliant. I am. He looked confused. Yes you are. Please tell me you're not busy tonight. Jake looked at me like I had grown a second head. I was going to hang out with my friends, Quill and Embry. It's nothing I can't get out of, but I thought you had the big date tonight. I told you, it's not a date. It's just my friends and me going to a movie, and there's not reason why you couldn't come too. Right, no reason other than it would be super awkward. Being the uninvited odd man out. I'm inviting you, so you wouldn't be uninvited, and as far as being the odd man out, who knows? You might get lucky. Jessica or Lauren might just take a shining to you. As grown up as you look, they're bound to look right past your age and straight to your muscles. I thought I was supposed to be running interference for you. He frowned. I could see that the idea of attracting Jessica or Lauren appealed to him. You'll do that just by being there. As long as we're not all paired up, I think I can handle Mike. Come on, Jake, you owe me one. He thought for a bit longer. Then his face broke into an easy smile. Okay, Bells, I guess hanging out one night with a bunch of seniors from Forks can't hurt. He stood up and raised his right hand. Bella Swan, I solemnly swear to earn your forgiveness by keeping you safe tonight from the roving hands and lips of Mike Newton. I giggled. My knight in russet armor. We stayed on the beach for a while, talking about inconsequential stuff. As before, being with Jake was effortless. He was funny, and the stories he told me about his friends made me laugh out loud as I haven't in a long time. We only stopped and went back to his house when we were both faint with hunger. After lunch we moved the conversation to his garage, where he worked on his car, and I watched. I found watching him work absolutely fascinating. The pure pleasure on his face and happiness that radiated from him was enough to affix a permanent smile on my face as well. I was as thrilled as he was when he told me that the repairs were nearly complete. Jake stopped working around 4 o'clock so he could shower and change. He tried to cover it up, but I could tell he was a little nervous about going out with my friends. The biggest hint was when he asked me what he should wear. It wasn't something Jake would ordinarily care about. We went through his limited wardrobe choices together, and settled on a simple black t-shirt and jeans. When he came out of the bathroom, freshly showered and wearing the new ensemble, I knew we had made the right choice. The t-shirt and jeans fit perfectly, stretching over his overgrown frame to emphasize his muscular physique without being too tight and obnoxious. I knew the other girls would have a hard time keeping their eyes and hands off him. Wow, Jake, you look good, I teased. You think so, huh? He said, raising one eyebrow. Oh, yeah, you'll drive the girls to distraction and the guys mad with envy. He shrugged. I only have one mission tonight, and that's to keep Mike's paws off you. Anything else is gravy." I chuckled. We left a note for Billy and Charlie and drove back to my house. I didn't bother showering and only changed my jeans and shoes, which were full of sand from the beach. This was not a night to make any special effort to enhance my appearance. Jake inhaled an entire bag of potato chips as we waited for Mike. As huge as he was already, I swore I could see him growing in front of my eyes. It was like seeing an evolution of a superhero out of a comic book, simply amazing. I had a bit of a problem with Jake as I slipped him a $20 bill to take care of his share of the movie and dinner. He put up a good fight, until I reminded him about the car and how his money would be better used for car parts. "You're doing me a big favor here, Jake, the least I can do is pay. Besides, I have a job, so I can better afford it. And I really want you to finish the repairs so I can go on that ride you promised me." Reluctantly, he pocketed the cash, giving me a sheepish grin. As promised, Mike pulled up to the house at 5:30. A shadow crossed his face when he saw that I came out of the house with Jake. "Hey guys," I said, trying to sound casual, "do you remember my friend Jake?" I could tell by their faces that none of them could. It was no wonder. Jake had changed and matured so much since the spring, he was almost unrecognizable. Quote, "You met him at First Beach in the spring," I prodded. Jessica was the first to put the pieces together. "Oh yeah, I remember, you were there with your friends." "Hi Jake." Her voice was a bit breathless. I stifled a laugh and shot Jake an "I told you so, look." "Hey," Jake said, and winked at Jessica. She giggled. I went through the rest of the introductions. Anyway, I was hanging out with Jake today and invited him to go with us. "I hope you don't mind." I deliberately directed the question to the group, instead to Mike, who was shooting murderous glares at Jacob. For his part, Jake didn't seem to notice. "Not at all, right?" Jessica said, "The more the merrier." Mike turned beet red and fumed, but didn't say a word. I saw that Mike had planned to have me sit in the passenger seat next to him. But Jake's size made it impractical for him to sit anywhere else, so I squeezed in with Jessica and Eric on the bench seat in the very back. The ride to Port Angeles was extremely uncomfortable. Jessica and Lauren didn't seem to notice as they discussed the stars of the movie we were about to see and other equally trivial subjects. Eric and Tyler contributed little to the conversation, both of them watching Jake, cautiously. They didn't seem as uncomfortable as Mike, for which I was glad. Fortunately, Lauren was more interested in Tyler than Jake and Eric wasn't particularly interested in Jessica. So her fascination with Jake didn't seem to bother him much. Mike, however, was a different story. He didn't say a word on the entire drive, and even from the back seat I could see the tension in his grip on the steering wheel. Suddenly I felt horribly ashamed and insensitive. It probably would have been more kind to cancel on him this morning than to let him get hopeful and excited about tea. He evening only to crush him when he got to my house. I watched his back wearily, wondering what I could do to salvage the situation without giving him the wrong idea. Despite being completely ignored by Mike, Jake seemed comfortable. He didn't really participate in Jessica and Lauren's conversation, but on occasion he would turn around and dazzle them with his smile. I had a feeling he was really trying to see how I was doing. For which I was grateful. A couple of times his gaze caught mine and he winked conspiratorially, but the undercurrent of tension in the Suburban was too strong for me to respond in kind. As we pulled into the parking lot at the movie theater, Mike's demeanor suddenly shifted. He straightened in the driver's seat and relaxed his grip on the steering wheel, as though he had made a decision he had been struggling with during the drive. At first I thought I was the only one who noticed, but then Jake looked back at me with one raised eyebrow, and I knew he had felt it too. I shrugged and sent him a look that told him I had no idea what was going on. We would find out what Mike was up to soon enough. As we got out of the Suburban, I could see Mike trying hard to shepherd us along so that he and I would be in the back of the group. Jake and I exchanged another glance, and I signaled that this was fine. Mike was not going to try anything in the parking lot. I knew Mike wanted to talk, so I deliberately slowed my pace to match his, letting the rest of the group walk ahead of us, out of earshot. Mike was clearly uncomfortable, but determined to proceed with his plan. "So, you and Jake spent the day together?" he asked cautiously, the way you ask questions you don't really want to hear answers to. The unasked question was obvious. In spite of myself, I sought to reassure him. "Yeah, his dad and my dad are good fiends. He's practically family." Mike was somewhat relieved, though not completely convinced. "He looks different than he did last year. What grade is he in, again?" I smiled slightly. I had a feeling Mike remembered that Jake was younger, but that was hard to believe given how much he'd grown. He overshadowed all 3 senior boys in our group in terms of height and bulk. "He's a sophomore, I think. He goes to school on the reservation." "That's right." Mike brightened considerably. "So he's like a little brother?" he asked hopefully. I smiled again. "Something like that, except he's a big flirt." Mike's face fell a little. The prospect of Jake flirting with me obviously didn't sit well with him. "So you're not here with him?" He placed emphasis on the word, with. "Like, on a date." I cringed inside. This must be so hard for him. "No, Mike, this isn't a date thing, remember? Just a group of friends going to the movies, right? I'm not with anyone." I could almost hear his relief, and I congratulated myself. Jake and I actually managed to convince Mike that it was a good thing this wasn't a date night. I started to hope this could work out well after all. We were nearing the box office and the first of our group were already buying their tickets. Mike positioned himself in front of me, and I knew he intended to pay for my ticket. I pursed my lips, realizing that he still hadn't gotten the point. "Hey, Bells," I heard Jake say, "I got one for you, too." He flashed me another conspiratorial grin and handed me a ticket. I let out a soft sigh of relief. Jake was clearly a bit of a mind reader. Just like Edward, the pain that followed the though hit me like a ton of bricks. My face must have betrayed me, because NTLY Jake was by my side and his arm snaked around my waist supportively. "You okay, Bella? What happened?" I shook my head to clear my mind. I didn't want to think about him right now. I wondered how much time would pass before I could go a day without him invading my life. "I'm fine, Jake," I said, leaning into him a little for support. "Just a stray thought." I looked up and my eyes met Mike's. His face was a kaleidoscope of emotion. Anger at Jake for foiling his plans, confusion at my sudden mood change, concern for my well-being, jealousy and resentment at Jake's support. Reluctantly, I pulled myself away from Jake, so as not to upset Mike further. "Let's get inside," I said, following the rest of our friends, who were already handing their tickets to the usher. Knowing we were going out to eat afterwards, we passed by the concession stand. Inside the theater, we decided to all sit in one row. Tyler and Lauren went in first, followed by Eric and Jessica, who grabbed Jake's hand and pulled him behind her. I quickly stepped into the row behind Jake, not giving Mike a chance to sit between us. We had a little time before the movie started and the house lights hadn't gone down yet. I saw Jessica start a conversation with Jake, forcing him to turn towards her and away from me. Mike leapt at the opportunity to speak with me alone. "I'm really glad you're here, Bella." His voice was low and he leaned closer to me, presumably to make it look like he was trying to make sure I heard him. As he leaned in, I caught a whiff of a strange scent, a mixture of spice and musk. With horror, I realized that he was wearing cologne. "Sure," I said, "it sounds like a good movie. Just stick to neutral subjects, Bella. You look really pretty tonight. That color looks great on you." I looked down at my shirt with disbelief. Where was he getting these lines? Even I knew pale-skinned, brown-haired and brown-eyed girls did not look their best in beige. "Thanks." It seemed impolite to laugh at his attempts to flatter me. I glanced over at him. He had obviously taken care with his appearance. His hair was carefully styled to appear casual and he was wearing what appeared to be a new polo shirt and khaki pants. Reluctantly, I said, You look nice too. He had the grace to look embarrassed. I'm sorry you had to miss your shift Friday night. Did you do anything fun instead? Oh, boy, now, we were getting into dangerous territory. No, I said, trying to nip that subject in the bud, not really. The whole stilted conversation would have been funny if I wasn't one of the participants. So, did you choose a play to do your English paper on yet? Poor guy, he was really getting desperate. Nope, I decided to throw him a lifeline. English seemed like a safe enough subject. I'm leaning towards Julius Caesar. Oh, Shakespeare, huh, I don't know. Shakespeare and I never got along. I was thinking of Inherit the Wind. That's a good choice, I agreed. Our drama club performed that play in my sophomore year. Back in Phoenix. They did a great job. Yeah, I guess I like plays that are more modern and American, he said, ones that I can understand without needing a dictionary. I laughed. You have a point. My annotated version of Shakespeare's plays definitely comes in handy. But his plays are so beautiful, they're worth a little extra work. I was enjoying this conversatio. Ann and I soon found myself turned completely towards Mike, our heads close together as we compared our literary likes and dislikes. It was actually really easy to talk to him, when he wasn't trying to be Casanova. I wondered what other interest we had in common, and I actually seriously considered whether sometime down the line, when I was really over Edward instead of just pretending to be, there was a chance of Mike and me being more than friends. Our conversation continued until the lights dimmed and the previews started. The first preview was for a sequel to a popular spy series. The main her actor was a Renaissance man, a great lover and fighter. The preview was sprinkled with several love interests to occupy the spy's time between more perilous assignments. When the preview was over, Mike leaned towards me. That one looks great, Bella. Would you like to go see it with me when it comes out? And there it was. How was it possible that I had not anticipated this moment and allowed myself to be blindsided? And what was I supposed to do now? Fortunately, the next preview involved fighter jets, and the deafening noise from the speakers precluded any conversation, buying me a few cons of precious time to gather my thoughts. I realized that I didn't need to get too fancy. Simplicity would be best. I don't really care for that series, Mike, I said, nearly sighing out loud with relief at my relatively quick thinking. Thanks, anyway. Mike looked like he was going to say something else, but then the opening credits were rolling and I turned away from him, pretending to pay close attention to the movie. I made sure to keep my right hand away from the armrest, just in case Mike had any ideas in that direction. Sometime midway through the movie, Jake leaned over and read in my ear, "Everything all right over there?" I nodded. Minor crisis successfully averted. I wasn't really paying attention to the movie at all. The last thing I needed to watch right now was a romance. Instead, I focused my mind on Jasper. It was problematic that Billy and Jake knew he was back in town. It meant that Charlie could find out about Jasper at any moment, and that would be a disaster. I couldn't imagine any circumstances under which Charlie would be okay with me visiting a 19-year-old single guy living alone, even if the guy was my ex-boyfriend's brother. And if he knew I had already done it and lied to him about it, I would be grounded until graduation. I panicked at the thought that my visits with Jasper, as short-lived as they might be, could be over even before he left town to rejoin his family. The more I thought about it, the more miserable I became. Thankfully, the movie was short. We got up and left the theater as the end credits were rolling and decided to walk to the restaurant. We chose Chinese, because it was cheap and made it easy to purchase and share a bunch of different dishes. Once again, I was seated between Jake and Mike. That was fine, until Mike decided to throw his arm over the back of my chair and rest his fingertips on my left upper arm. It was a seemingly meaningless, friendly gesture, but I tensed up nevertheless. Jake sensed my discomfort, and immediately wrapped his right arm around me, pulling me close to his side, effectively trapping Mike's fingers between us, forcing Mike to withdraw his arm. "I got your back, Bells," Jake whispered in my ear, and I giggled, earning a dirty look from Mike and Jessica. He let me go as soon as he knew Mike's arm was gone. The rest of the night was fairly uneventful. Everyone spent a lot of time discussing the movie we had just seen, trying to impress each other with who could remember more of the funny lines. Since I hadn't been watching, I had nothing to contribute to the conversation. Rue in an occasional affirmation or a half-hearted laugh, but otherwise remained on the periphery. Finally it was time to pay the check and return home. As soon as we were on the road to Forks, I felt more relaxed. My relief was short-lived, as I realized that Mike had a plan for the end of the night that differed drastically from mine. He had engineered a return route that resulted in Jake being dropped off first. As he got out of the Suburban he threw me in, I did what I could, glance. "I'll talk to you soon, Jake," I called out from the back bench as he closed the passenger door. Mike then reversed the order of pickup, taking everyone else from the group home one by one, until we were the only two people left. Not wanting to feel like a cab passenger, I moved to the seat beside Mike. I was starting to feel uncomfortable. I knew I had nothing to fear from Mike, but I was worried that he would try to set up another date or otherwise force me to be crystal clear about my lack of feelings for him. I had completely lost control of the situation, and I didn't like it one bit. I opened the passenger door and got out as soon as Mike pulled into my driveway and parked. To my dismay, Mike followed, walking me to the front door. "I had a great time tonight, Bella," he said hesitantly. "I hope you did too and that we can do it again sometime, just the two of us." I saw him lean forward in an attempt to kiss me. But before his lips could reach mine or I could pull away, we both heard a deep, animalistic growl from a dark portion of the yard. Both of our heads snapped in the direction of the sound, which was so low it may actually have been a vibration. "What the heck?" Mike asked, his face betraying a hint of apprehension. "Did you hear that?" I sure had heard that, and I had a good suspicion who had made the sound. It was the same sound I heard through a haze last spring in Phoenix, as Edward's brothers were killing James after he had bitten me. I knew that the only source of the noise could have been Jasper. I was at once grateful and furious. Yes, whatever it is, it doesn't sound friendly. "I should go inside and you should go home," I said. "You're probably right," he looked and sounded uncertain. "I'll see you around, Bella," he said. I was already turned around, unlocking the front door. "See you, Mike," I said, walking into the house and shutting the door behind me. I knew I was being rude, but I reasoned that rudeness was better than outright rejection. "Is that you, Bella?" Charlie called from his bedroom. "Did you have a good time?" "It's me, Dad," I shouted back. It was fine. I waited for Mike's Suburban to be gone before carefully unlocking the front door again. I walked out into the driveway. "Jasper," I hissed angrily, "stop hiding. I know you're out here." He walked over from the backyard, standing in a thin sliver of light from the driveway lamp post. "Have you been following me all night? I thought we discussed this and you weren't going to come along. What if someone had seen you?" "Relax, Bella. I never left Forks, but I figured Newton would try to find a way to get you here alone, so I decided to wait and see if you needed me." My anger ebbed. I should have been mad at him for behaving like a stalker, but his instincts had been absolutely right and I owed him. "How was your evening? Did you manage to keep things casual?" I wanted so badly to tell him all about my evening, but it was late and this was not a subject to be discussed in the middle of the night in front of my own house. "I can't talk now, Jasper. Charlie will wonder why I haven't gone upstairs." He was silent for a moment. I started turning back to the house when I heard him say quietly, "Get inside and pretend to go to bed, then call me. I'll be waiting." My stomach did a perfect somersault and I'm sure I flushed from head to toe. Did he really just say what I thought he'd said? I turned around again but he was gone, undoubtedly on his way home to await my call. I walked back into the house and locked the front door as quietly as I could, then I turned and leaned against it heavily. I noticed my breathing was faster and shallower. What the hell just happened? I forced myself to slow down and replayed the conversation in my head. Upon review, it was much more innocent than I initially perceived it. Jasper simply wanted to hear about how I handled Mike, nothing more. It was just the quiet, low tone of his voice that made the request sound so incredibly sexy. I really needed to get a grip. Jasper was married to my best friend. I had dated his brother. There had never been anything between us even remotely hinting at the possibility of anything other than friendship. It must have been all the things that happened today, all the stress over what would happen tonight, combined with all the real and mock flirting, must have increased my level of sexual tension and caused me to misinterpret Jasper's words. That was the only logical explanation. Slightly calmer, I grabbed the cordless phone from the cradle in the living room and made my way upstairs. I sighed with relief when I heard Charlie snoring in his bedroom. It would be easier to talk without having to worry about him overhearing something he shouldn't. I laid the phone on my bed, grabbed my toiletry bag and headed for the bathroom, where I quickly got ready for bed. Back in my bedroom I threw off my jeans, shirt and bra and pulled on a t-shirt and sweatpants that I liked to wear at night. For a while, when Edward was staying with me nearly every night, I had worn clothes that were more attractive. But now that I was alone it made sense to just be comfortable. I took out my wallet and extracted the piece of paper with Jasper's phone number. I stared at it for a long while, memorizing it. Then I grabbed the phone, turned off the light and got under my quilt. I dialed his number in the dark from memory. He answered on the first ring. "Hello Bella." "Hi, Jasper," I whispered. I knew Charlie was sleeping, but I didn't want to give him any reasons to wake up. "Thanks for being here tonight and I'm sorry I jumped to the wrong conclusion." "It's all right. No harm done. It's just that Edward, well, he would have watched me all day and I guess I know I overreacted." "I understand. It's not a big deal. Forget about it." I didn't say anything for a while. There was only one thing to say. "Thank you." More silence passed, but it wasn't uncomfortable. In the dark, lying in bed under my quilt, I felt strangely comforted just knowing there was someone on the other end of the line. I may have let the silence go on forever, but then I heard him whisper, "I've missed you. Tell me about your day." My breath caught and my stomach did another somersault. "He's just speaking quietly, Bella. It means nothing. Calm down." "Well, I spent most of the day at La Push with Jacob." "Jacob, the Quileute boy who came to prom last year." I was surprised that Jasper remembered. Then I remembered he had perfect recall. "Yeah, his dad and Charlie are good friends and he's become a good friend too. Edward and I were never at La Push and Jacob is so great, so happy all the time. Spending time with him helps me forget." More silence, this time less comfortable. I wonder if I'd made a mistake telling Jasper about Jacob. "It sounds like you had a good day," he finally said, his voice betraying no emotion. "What did you do?" "We walked to the beach and then we just talked. Jake is, well," I struggled to find the right words, "he's like sunshine, but he doesn't sugarcoat things either. He calls me out on things when I need it, just like you did last night. But most of all he makes me feel safe and comfortable." "I see." His voice still sounded detached. "What did you do after the beach?" "We had lunch and then I watched him work on his car. He's building one for himself practically from scratch. And then I followed your advice and asked Jacob to come with us to the movies. And it worked, Jasper. It worked really well. Jake is younger, but he looks really grown up and a little intimidating, I think. And he's pretty good looking too." I stifled a giggle, remembering the effect Jake had on Jessica. He didn't even have to do much. Just a couple of hugs here and there. Mike didn't have a chance. At least not until another longer than necessary silence. "So you had no problems until Mike was dropping you off." His voice sounded harder, colder. My perception of his disapproval deflated my good mood. "Yes," I whispered, "and you already know what happened then." More silence. This was starting to be painful. I couldn't believe only moments ago my stomach had been doing exited flip-flops over the prospect of this conversation. Now it was tied up in the worst kind of knots. I didn't understand any of this. "Jasper, why are you mad at me? I was just following your suggestion." He sighed. "I'm sorry, Bella. I'm not mad at you. Then what? Something isn't right. I don't know, Bella. I'm not sure I understand it myself. It's painful to know you needed help and I wasn't able to be there, to know that you had to rely on someone else. I could hear the pain in his voice. Jasper, I said gently, it's not your job to protect me. And even if it was, I'm not sure you could do it alone. I laughed bitterly, as much of a danger and trouble magnet as I am. I'm sure no one person could provide enough protection. Protecting you would certainly be a full-time job, he agreed, his voice a little warmer. Not following you today was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. He continued, I knew you wouldn't want me to do it, and yet it took all my self-restraint to stop. I don't know how to respond to that. I was extremely confused. I knew Edward had been extremely protective of me, but that was his nature. I didn't know why Jasper should feel that way. Did you ever notice that you have a way of bringing out the protective instinct in people? I know I felt protective of you before, as has every member of my family, but it's so much stronger now that they're not around. And it's not just us. I know I've felt the same thing Own the human boys at the high school last year, especially Mike. From Jacob too, at prom. It's actually quite remarkable. I've never felt anything like it before. And even when I felt it around you, I couldn't identify it until just now. What are you saying, Jasper? I'm not sure. I don't have an explanation. It's almost as if nature knew that you would need protection, and gave you the ability to solicit help without asking. I though about what Jasper said, not sure how to feel about it. I supposed it was good that people felt protective of me, but also stifling. It was easier to take and I thought the overprotectiveness was their choice. I didn't want to think of myself as forcing this feeling in people. I always thought I was a freak of nature. I guess now I have solid proof. My voice was still bitter. Bella. It was just one word, but the way he said my name, in a soft whisper, my stomach started doing somersaults again. You're not a freak of nature. You're special. Really, really special. I stopped breathing again. I was grateful that Jasper was nowhere near me for this conversation. I could only imagine the emotions I was sending out right now. I felt so pathetic. Not even 2 weeks without my ex-boyfriend and I was weak at the knees the first time someone called me special. Worse yet, I knew that someone was totally off limits and couldn't have meant the thin GS he said in the way I was interpreting them. You're a fool, Isabella Swan. A pathetic, hormonal, teenage fool. I had to do something to change the topic of conversation before I actually said Someth. That betrayed these stupid thoughts and feelings. Jasper. Yes, darlin'. Oh, come on. And spoken in that soft whisper. Was he trying to make me do something idiotic? It's just a team of endearment. It doesn't mean anything. We always talk about me, but I'd like to hear about you, too. What did you do today? There was another prolonged pause on the other end of the line. I was in Port Angeles during the day. I came back this afternoon, way before you would have gotten there, he added quickly, as if to reassure me that he hadn't been spying on my outing. I bought you some more chips and soda, he said. Was it just me or did he sound embarrassed to admit that? Then I hung out at a cafe. That was tasking. There were a lot of people, some in close proximity. I had to swallow quite a bit of venom. But nothing bad happened. I stayed in control. I was preoccupied, which seemed to help. What were you preoccupied with? I asked. Do you really not know? The question caught me off guard. I had no idea. I tried to think. Maybe he missed Alice. I knew he had gone shopping in Port Angeles with her frequently. Maybe being there on a busy day reminded him of her. Errantly I left the question unanswered too long. He sighed. No, I guess you wouldn't, he said, sadly. Then, abruptly, I got you a present. He sounded excited, like he was the one who was getting something. A present? You didn't have to do that. I hate presents. Besides, what's the occasion? It's nothing big, Bella, I swear. And it's as much for me as it is for you. Is there? He hesitated. Is there any way I could give it to you tomorrow? I bit my lip in frustration. I had no excuse to be away from the house tomorrow. I would have to think of something to tell Charlie. I can try to get away for a little while. I know it's difficult for you. I know you hate to lie to your father. But please, I really would like to see you. He paused for a moment, then added, I need to see you. Oh darn it, there went the stomach again. Maybe it was something I ate. I hope whatever was causing all these weird emotions would be out of my system tonight. I could never face Jasper again. If I was going to feel like this around him. Okay, I said softly. I'll think of something. There was another pause in the conversation. I couldn't stifle a loud yawn. It's getting late, he said. I should let you get some sleep. I suppose. I wish we didn't have to hang up. I have to keep the line clear just in case there is an emergency call for Charlie, but I wish we could just talk until I fell asleep. Ever since Edward left I have a hard time falling asleep in this room without crying. I know talking to you would help. I heard an owl screech outside my bedroom window, then a loud take of breath on the other end of the line, something that sounded like a rush of wind and a faint echo of a similar owl screech in the background. I guess the birds were out on the prowl. I'm so sorry, Bella. There was a strange quality to his voice. It almost sounded like he was scared. It's okay, Jasper. Maybe I'll put on some music. Sometimes Edward used to hum me a lullaby. I choked at the memory. I sensed the tears starting to come. I had to finish this conversation before I completely broke down. I do need to go, Jasper, I said, my voice quivering. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, darlin', he said softly. I'll see you later today. I clicked off the phone, but did not let it out of my hand. I felt like as long as I was holding the receiver our connection hadn't really been broken. And Jasper was still there somehow. That last, darlin', of his managed to revive my overactive stomach again and chased the tears away. Still holding on to the phone with my left hand, I covered my eyes with my right. As though that would help me understand my reaction to what just happened. It was a perfectly innocent phone call. I talked about my day and he talked about his. We whispered for obvious reasons. Just two friends having an end-of-day conversation. The lady doth protest too much, methinks. The line from Hamlet popped into my head. I needed to just stop thinking and get to sleep. Eventually I did fall asleep, and for the first time in a long while I dreamt. I couldn't remember most of the dream when I woke, but one vision stayed with me when the rest faded away. It was Jasper, dressed in white slacks and an open white shirt, standing tall and gorgeous at the edge of the forest in a patch lit up by the noon sun. Sitting on a tree branch behind him was a giant snow owl, his wings outstretched, making Jasper look like a beautiful sparkling angel. I woke up still clinging to the phone receiver, instantly remembering the conversation from the night before and my promise to find a way to see him. I thought about it as I showered and got dressed, but absolutely nothing came to mind. There was no getting around the fact that I was a horrible liar. I walked down to the kitchen with dread. To my surprise, my need to see Jasper was as strong as his professed need to see me. I had to think of a completely innocent reason I needed to leave the house today, T as transparent as my feelings always were to others, Charlie would be able to see right through me the moment I opened my mouth. Morning, Dad, I said to Charlie, who was reading the Sunday paper. Morning, Bells. He seemed absorbed in the article and barely looked up. I got out a bowl and poured myself some cereal for breakfast. I didn't initiate a conversation, figuring the less I said the better. Thank goodness Charlie made the whole thing so easy for me. After he finished the article he was reading, he folded the paper and said, I'm going over to Harry Clearwater's today to watch the game. Would you like to come with me? Jake and his friends will probably be there, and Harry has a daughter your age. Wow, I actually kicked myself under the table to make sure I wasn't dreaming. Could this really be true? Would I be able to see Jasper without making up any stories at all? No thanks, Dad. You know I don't really enjoy watching sports and I spent the whole day with Jake yesterday, so I'm sure he could use a break. Besides, I have some homework to do for tomorrow. Okay, well, I'll be heading out there in half an hour. And Harry's wife, Sue, will be making dinner, so no need to worry about that today. Want me to bring something back for you? Seriously, this was too good to be true. All day free and I didn't even have to cook. I could spend the whole time with Jasper. I nearly bounced in my seat with excitement. Sure, Dad, that would be nice, if she doesn't mind. Nah, on game days Sue makes enough to feed an army. Great, I said, and swallowed a mouthful of cereal, to stop myself from potential excited babbling. All right, then, you're sure you're going to be okay here by yourself? I nodded, not trusting myself to speak. Charlie went back to the newspaper. I ate my breakfast slowly, wondering if I could make the bowl last the whole half hour. The less I did and said until Charlie left, the better. I finished eating faster than I'd hoped, so I occupied Ms. LF with washing and drying the breakfast dishes. Time dragged, but eventually Charlie folded the paper again. All right, Bells, I'm going. Harry's number is on the fridge if you need anything. I know, Dad, I'll be fine. After I heard the cruiser pull away, I scrambled upstairs and grabbed the phone. I dialed the number quickly from memory. Again, he picked up on the first ring. You can't come, he said morosely. What? No. Since when did you become such a pessimist? I can come and, better yet, I can stay pretty much all day. Charlie went to watch the game with some of his friends in La Push. He won't be back until after dinner. Quote, how quickly can you be here? As quickly as my truck allows. On the drive to his house I indeed pushed the truck to its top speed. Thankfully, Sunday traffic was light and I arrived in record time. He was waiting for me on the porch, wearing khakis and a cream-colored pullover. Leaning on the porch railing with both hands, he looked model gorgeous, and my breath caught. Drat, I hoped his abilities were on the fritz so he wouldn't feel this juvenile reaction. I opened the truck door and got out slowly, suddenly hesitant to walk inside. I wanted him to be happy to see me and I didn't want to spoil it by feeling something inappropriate. He met me at the foot of the stairs, deliberately walking towards me to close the distance between us until we were within a couple of feet of one another. He hesitated, unsure if he should come any closer. I smiled up at him. You're making great progress, Jasper. It's wonderful. His smile lit up his face. It is getting easier. We walked into the house, Jasper following behind me. I sat down on the sofa. He did the same, within a 2-foot distance. So, we have all day. What do you want to do? He seemed a bit flustered. I didn't know we would have this much time. I didn't really plan anything. I laughed. That's okay. We don't have to be formal. How about today I get to know you a little? I feel all we've done lately is talk about me, but I still know nothing about you. I'd like to know the real Jasper Hale. His smile disappeared. I frowned in confusion. What did I say? Edward didn't tell you anything about me? He asked. I shook my head. Very little, just that you and Alice were not created by Carlisle. He mentioned your original vampire family was different. I assumed they were not vegetarians. Jasper's eyes narrowed with resentment. No, Bella, they were not vegetarians. I don't really like to talk about my vampire past, but you deserve to know the whole truth and someday, I promise. I will share it all with you. It's just that I don't want to spoil our time together today by rehashing my darkest hours. I would be glad to tell you what I remember of my human life, though. Will that do for now? I didn't speak. I simply nodded my agreement. I could sense his sadness and his unease, and I knew a part of him feared that learning about his vampire past would somehow alter my opinion of him. I wanted to assure him that nothing could do that, but I didn't want to force him to tell me anything until he was ready. To start, my name is not Jasper Hale. It's Jasper Whitlock. Jasper launched into his story. He told me as much as he could remember about growing up in the Houston area, about his family, about joining the Confederate Army when he was still under age and rising through the ranks to become the youngest major in Texas. Though his recollection of human life was sketchy, he had a way of storytelling that made up for the lack of details. It was Almost as if he were guiding me through an impressionistic painting, with both of us standing a little too close to see the full effect intended by the artist. The beauty of the whole canvas may have been lost, but the brush strokes we could see were still fascinating. As I listened, I imagined the human Jasper, first as a little boy, then as a young man, dressed in his military uniform, using his street-human charisma to direct the soldiers under his command. "I can't believe you have been here since before the Civil War," I said, completely in awe. "You've lived though so much." Jasper grimaced. "My life, such as it was, wasn't easy. And I've done many things I'm not proud of, all of them after becoming a vampire." I try to hold on to Major Whitlock, because he lived a life of no regrets. His story at an end. We sat quietly for a while. Finally, I had to break the silence. "Okay, Major Jasper Whitlock. We still have a lot of time. What are we going to do? Do you want to watch a movie or TV? Listen to some music? I'm game for anything." Jasper tilted his head and looked at me, as if trying to gauge my reaction to an unspoken suggestion. "Are you familiar with the TV series Firefly?" he asked. I shook my head. "I can never get anyone else to watch it with me, but I have a feeling you might like it." I shrugged. I wasn't really all that particular about TV shows or movies, as I hardly watched either. I was, however, very curious about Jasper's preferences. "Is it about bugs?" I asked. "I'm not particularly fond of bugs." He laughed. "It's definitely not about bugs. You'll see." With vampire speed he moved over to the cabinets where the Cullens stored their vast DVD collection and pulled out a brown box that obviously held more than one DVD. "Don't worry, Bella, even if you end up loving it, we won't watch it all today. Maybe just the pilot episode." I nodded. As long as I was home by dinner, I didn't really care if we spent the whole day in front of the TV. Jasper stopped in the kitchen and brought me my favorite chips and soda. I thanked him, and we settled in to watch. I was swept up in the series from the very first moment, and it wasn't long before I understood exactly why this was one of Jasper's favorites. This story about an unrelated band of renegades living on the fringe of society, for all intents and purposes functioning as a family, was a near-perfect TV approximation of the Cullens. Jasper was, of course, Captain Mal Reynolds, a former rebel turned outlaw with a heart of gold. Emmett and Jane were two peas in a pod. Edward would have been perfectly cast as Dr. Simon Tam and Carlyle would have been Shepherd Book. The women characters were slightly less well-matched. Still, River Tam could have been modeled after Alice, and Inara had Rosalie's beauty, plus a much better personality. In no time at all I found myself loving this sci-fi Western universe, where people spoke in a strange cadence, interchanging English and Chinese. From time to time I glanced over at Jasper, only to see him already watching me. I knew he could feel how much I liked the show, and I loved seeing the pleasure in his face of being able to share this with me. It was turning out to be quite a good day. We ended up watching all the shows on the first disc, and I only reluctantly agreed to stop when Jasper pointed out that our time together was limited. He was starting to look a little nervous again, and I wondered what could possibly have him spooked now. "Bella, do you remember much of our conversation from last night?" I said noncommittally and looked down at the sofa, hoping to hide the blush that was sure to appear if I thought too much about what he'd said and how he had said it. "Would you?" He hesitated. He really was nervous. "Would you like to open your present?" I couldn't help looking at him. Last night he said it hadn't been a big deal, but the way he was acting now made the gift seem important. Knowing his family's inclination towards extravagance, I started to worry. "Jasper, you know how much I hate these kinds of things." My voice sounded whinier than I intended. "I know." He looked as though he had been harshly chastised, which definitely had not been the case. I almost felt sorry for him. Maybe I should see what the gift was before I made too much out of the whole thing. "All right, I'll try real hard not to be a total spoilsport. I appreciate you thinking of me, and I hope you meant it when you said it wasn't anything big." "Let's see it." "Really, Bella, it's not big, and it truly is as much of a gift for me as it is for you." He leaned over to a sofa table behind him and grabbed a bow-wrapped box that somehow escaped my notice earlier. He handed me the box sheepishly. It's a slip-off bow. No paper. I grinned. Good thinking. The box was on the small side, and I looked at it with unease. I remembered the saying about good things coming in small packages, but in my experience such things were typically very expensive. Which was the last thing I wanted. Open it, Bella, please. Reluctantly I slipped off the bow and lifted the box lid. Inside I found an adorable little flip cellular phone. I looked up at Jasper in shock. A cell phone. Jasper, you said it wasn't anything big. It's not big, Bella. In fact, it was one of the smallest models. That's not what I meant, Jasper Whitlock, and you darn well know it. I can't accept this. His face fell. Bella, I promise this is not a big deal. I just added a line to my current plan, so the cost of the phone and the monthly fees are minimal. And this way you can contact me anytime you might need me. Plus, we'll be able to talk at night for as long as we like without tying up your home phone line. I considered the merits of his argument and noticed that he really wasn't playing fair. The thought of being able to talk to him at night, maybe even fall asleep to the sound of his voice, was extremely appealing. But Jasper, that would cost so much money. He waved his hand dismissively. On my plan calls between our phones are free, and I have more than enough minutes to cover any calls you might need to make to other people. No, if I accept this, I will only use it to call you. Quote, you won't find an argument on that from me, darlin'. Dang, did he just use that word in that melting butter sexy voice on me again? How the heck was I said to act rationally when he said that in that voice? I was completely flustered. So what do you say? Are we good? I had no good arguments. And the temptation to talk to him at night was just too great. We're good. Thank you. I knew I was taking a risk, but I couldn't help myself. I reached to grab his hand and squeezed it in gratitude. His skin was cold, and his hard hand did not yield. He looked shocked, both at our physical contact and my proximity. I quickly dropped his hand and moved back to my previous position, alarmed that I had somehow disturbed the delicate balance he had been working on all week. You should think things though before you act, Bella. He stared at his hand, touching it with his other hand as if to make sure it was still there. Then he looked away, purposely avoiding my gaze. I opened my lips to speak, but he interrupted before I could get out a word. Don't apologize, Bella. I'm fine. This is fine. You just took me by surprise. I know. I wasn't thinking. I thought I asked you not to apologize. He said, but his smile told me that he was teasing. I smiled back at him gratefully. Thank you, Jasper, really. This is one of the most thoughtful gifts anyone has ever given me. It's perfect. He grinned, obviously pleased with my reaction. I pre-programmed my number into it already, so all you have to do to call me is hold the number 1 button. I programmed your home as number 2 and the police station as number 3. I have the charger for you and I'd recommend plugging it in before you call me at night, just in case you do end up falling asleep. I wouldn't want the battery to run down and for us to lose the connection. I got you an earpiece as well, so your hands can be free. Oh Lord, I was going to burn in hell for an eternity. I was sure his comment was perfectly innocent, but the direction my mind took when he mentioned free hands would make a sailor blush. It certainly made me blush. He looked confused. What is it? Did I say something wrong? Nothing, I said as I scrambled off the sofa. I just need to use the washroom. I ran as fast as I could towards the powder room, hiding like a coward behind the door, as if that would stop him from reading all of my feelings. I turned on the cold water and splashed some on my face, then ran it over the pulse points on my wrists. I seriously needed to do something to keep these ridiculous thoughts and images from my mind. I was acting like an oversexed, perverted teenage boy. It was completely unbecoming. I had used the washroom as an excuse, but once there I realized that I did indeed need a human moment. I was grateful that it was still stocked with all the human necessities, like soap and toilet paper. When I was done, I washed my hands and smoothed my hair before coming back out to the living room. Everything all right? Jasper asked, watching me with a curious expression. Fine, I said, hoping it sounded as breezy as I had meant it to. So what do we do now? I spent the rest of the afternoon watching Jasper beat me at chess, checkers and Scrabble. I had the most success with the latter, though I could never quite come up with letter combinations as good as his. No wonder. I didn't have the whole Webster's dictionary committed to memory. Gah, too soon it was time to leave again. I loaded the phone and accessories into my bag, thanking Jasper again, then headed out to the truck. Remember to call me tonight, he yelled as I pulled away from the house. I'd left with plenty of time to spare, so I wasn't surprised that Charlie's cruiser wasn't there when I pulled into the driveway. The phone started ringing as I led myself into the house. I ran to the kitchen extension, wondering if Jasper had forgotten to tell me something. Hey, Bells. The voice on the other end of the line was not the one I was hoping to hear. Hi, Jacob. So Bella, you've been a bad girl. He teased. I wasn't in the mood. What are you talking about, Jake? Well, first you don't even bother to call me to let me know about the rest of your night with Newton, then you don't come out to La Push with your dad, and then you sneak out of the house for the whole day when you said you were going to be studying. I felt like a kid caught with her hand in the cookie jar. And here I thought everything had gone so well. I'm sorry for not calling, Jake. Everything was fine last night. Mike tried to kiss me but there was a noise in the yard and it startled him, so that was lucky. Luck had nothing to with it. But I wasn't about to explain to Jake that Jasper was staking out my house waiting to see if I needed help with Mike. Good. I was worried. He seemed pretty determined. After you pulled away I thought I should have warned him off or something, but it was too late. I sighed. I was starting to believe Jasper's theory about me inspiring overprotectiveness in others. I'm glad you didn't think of it in time. I didn't want to terrorize Mike, just keep him at bay. And about today, I thought that after spending all day with me yesterday you'd be sick of me and wouldn't want me to intrude on the game. I could never be sick of you, but I probable. Why wouldn't have been a lot of fun for you to hang out with today? I know you don't like to watch sports, he admitted, grudgingly. So where were you all day? I called many times. I was out with a friend. There was no way to disguise the fact that I was being evasive. A friend? A friend you don't want Charlie to know about. Who was it? I decided I couldn't lie to Jacob, especially since he already knew Jasper was in town. I spent the day with Jasper. I heard Jake's sharp intake of breath. Cullen, he whispered. It's actually Hale. It's actually Whitlock, but yes, Edward's brother. Bella. He sounded both worried and disapproving. You made your feelings clear yesterday, Jake. But I already told you he won't be in town forever. And in the meantime talking with him has actually really helped me get some closure on the whole situation with Edward. Sure. Just make sure all he does is talk. I felt my face flush. Sometimes talking could be dangerous too. How many times do I have to tell you? Jacob Black, it's not like that. He is with someone. Even if I was interested, which I'm not, he's not available. And besides, who died and appointed you my chaperone? I think it was you, Bells. When you asked me for help with Mike. That was just a one-night thing. And I don't need a chaperone with Jasper, anyway, so back off already. I was really miffed. Easy, Bells. Geez. What did you do? Get up on the wrong side of the bed or something? Now he sounded hurt. Darn. I didn't mean to be snippy. I'm sorry, Jake. It's just, well, how much does Charlie know? There was a pause before Jacob spoke, as if he was carefully considering how to respond. I didn't tell him anything and I didn't see him make any calls, so as far as I know he's clueless. Jacob suddenly sounded serious. But Bella, if spending time with this guy is so innocent, why don't you want Charlie to know? That remark hit its target. Sure, I knew Charlie wouldn't be crazy about me spending hours alone with any older boy in a house with no adult supervision, but there was more to keeping these visits secret. I didn't want anyone to know Jasper was here because I knew any day he might go away again. And I didn't want everyone to know I've been abandoned by two Cullen brothers, regardless of the nature of my relationship with Jasper. It's complicated, Jake. Charlie would see it the same way you do. And it would make things messy and unnecessarily difficult. It's easier not to tell him. Please don't say anything, I pleaded. Relax, Bella. I won't snitch. I just hope you know what you're doing. And tell Jasper that if he touches a hair on your head inappropriately, I'll tear his heart out and feed it to the wolves. I laughed, but even to me it sounded hollow. Thanks, Jake. And that last part, well, it definitely won't be necessary. Okay, Bells. I heard the resignation in his voice. Charlie left here a few minutes ago, so he should be home soon. Just thought you'd want to know. I looked at the clock. It was late, and I still had chores and homework to do. Yikes. Okay, I've got to go. Thanks, again, Jake. For yesterday and today. We said our goodbyes and hung up. I ran upstairs to assess the homework and laundry situation. I was a little worried when I realized how many things I had left until the last minute. That, plus I still hadn't contacted B.N. to see what I missed while I was daydreaming in class on Friday. After making a couple of calls, I found Ben at Angela's. Fortunately, the assignment was not too tasking. I spent the rest of the evening alternating laundry loads and assignments, stopping only to eat the pot roast Charlie brought me from the Clearwaters. If Charlie noticed that I seemed to have entirely too much homework and laundry to do after having worked on it all day, he didn't comment. With all the work I had to do, time passed quickly. After the news was over, Charlie turned in for the night. I was still working on my Spanish assignment. All the nights of burning the midnight oil were starting to catch up with me, and I found it hard to stay focused on the short story I was supposed to be writing. Finally, acknowledging that it was a losing battle, I closed my notebook, hoping I would have time to finish the assignment in study hall the next day. I finished my evening toilet quickly and changed for bed. I made sure my new phone was plugged into the charger and I put on my earpiece. I was looking forward to speaking with Jasper. As tired as I was, I didn't expect the conversation to last long, but I was excited that he thought of falling asleep to the sound of his voice. I turned off the lights and snuggled in under my quilt. Then I reached over to the phone and held down the one key. Finally, he said softly, I was beginning to wonder if you'd changed your mind. That's silly. Why would I do that? I don't know. You and I spent a lot of time together today. I thought you might have reached your limit. He actually sounded as though he believed it could be true. I felt the need to reassure him. Jasper, I enjoyed every minute of the time we spent together. I wish it could have been longer. Me too, darlin', me too. I still loved the way he said that word, but tonight I was too tired for stomach somersaults. It's working well, isn't it? I asked to distract myself. What? The training. Spending more time with people and with me. Your self-control and endurance are improving. He hesitated. Yes, they are. How much longer? I didn't want to finish the sentence. I was sure he would understand the question. I needed to know how much time was left before he returned to his family. I'm not sure, he whispered. A while. I sighed with mild frustration. In vampire time, a while could be measured in days or years. Did you have a good evening? He asked, clearly wishing to change the subject. It was okay. Boring. Really. I just did my homework and laundry. How about you? I've been watching Firefly. You went on without me. No fair. Of course not, Bella. I'm watching the episodes on disc 1. But we just watched those earlier, I said, surprised. You watched those earlier, he corrected. I was mostly watching you. I blushed. I knew he was telling the truth. Why did you do that, exactly? It was more enjoyable than watching the shows. But I thought Firefly was one of your favorites. It is, which is why I'm watching it again tonight, despite my perfect recall. But seeing your face and your reactions as you watched it for the first time, well, I wouldn't have missed that for anything. It was almost like I was watching it for the first time too. I murmured. I was getting really tired, too tired to try to respond. I can't wait to watch the next episode with you Thursday. I frowned. Thursday seemed so far away. I didn't understand why we couldn't see each other before then. You don't want me to come over again until Thursday? I asked, slightly hurt. For a moment there was no response and I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. I would love to see you before Thursday, Bella, but you've had a few days off in a row now and I figured you would be working. Since we couldn't see each other anyway, I planned an out-of-town hunting trip. It was my turn to pause as I processed this information. He was leaving. Don't panic, Bella. It's just a hunting trip. It's not permanent yet. He'll be back. Despite my self-admonitions, I was already starting to feel empty. I see, was all I could get out before my voice broke. In an instant my eyes filled with tears that spilled over onto my pillow. I sniffled involuntarily. Bella. I couldn't respond. Bella, darlin'. For once, the endearment had the opposite effect and the tears came faster. I was sniffling uncontrollably now. I placed my right hand over my mouth and nose in an effort to mask the sounds. Bella, shush. Jasper tried to soothe me, but his words had little effect. My darling girl, shush please. It was the last desperate plea that finally broke through the fog and stopped me short. My rate of sniffling slowed. Sniffle. I'm sorry, sniffle. I don't mean to, sniffle, be such a baby. Sniffle. Shush, you're not a baby. I understand. I should have realized. Realized what? Sniffle. That it was too soon for a trip. I should have known how that might impact you. Sniffle. No. Sniffle. How could you, sniffle, have realized, sniffle, that I would be, sniffle, so pathetic. Sniffle. Never say that, he said, sharply. Never use that word in reference to yourself again. But I am, I whined. That's exactly what I am. Bella. He was pleading again. Please stop, Bella. You're killing me, darlin'. You're breaking my heart. I won't go. I'll just keep hunting close to home. Only please stop crying. His reference to hunting triggered something in my mind, a memory that was just beneath the surface. Desperately I tried to focus and think why hunting close to home might be important. Then, I remembered, and my sniffling stopped. No, I said, my voice suddenly strong again. You should go away to hunt. What? He sounded confused. I don't have to leave, Bella. There's plenty of game on our land. I know, I said, but you should go anyway. You've already been seen around here. Maybe if you're not seen again, no one would have to know. Who's seen me? Jasper sounded confused. I haven't sensed a human around me for days, except in Port Angeles. Jacob told me he overheard his father talking with Sam Yulee. A pair. NTLY Sam saw you somewhere near the reservation border. You must have been hunting. Jasper did not respond right away. When he did, his voice was still incredulous. I was only near the border once. And I'm certain there were no humans within miles. I checked before, to make sure there were no accidents. All I know is what Jake told me. And he told me before he knew I had already seen you, so he had no reason to lie. It's better if you hunt out of the area for a while. Maybe if no one sees you again, they won't say anything to Charlie. Jasper thought about it for a second. Are you sure you're all right with me going? Yes, I replied, my voice steady. I was fine with him leaving temporarily if it meant he could come back and we could see each other again without me having to explain things to Charlie. Like you said, I'll be at school and work. We wouldn't be able to see each other anyway. We can still talk at night, he said. It will be just like it is right now, like I'm right here beside you. My breath caught. My hand moved of its own accord to feel the bed beside me. He had sounded so convincing, I wondered for a second if he had come into my room without me noticing. But the spot beside me was warm and empty. And I'll see you Thursday. I unsuccessfully tried to stifle a yawn. He chuckled gently. Yes, you'll see me Thursday. But now you really should go to sleep. It is a school night. I don't want to, I said, stubbornly. Let's keep talking. Darlin', would you mind if I tried something else? He asked quietly. No, I responded hesitantly. Then close your eyes. I did as he requested. And then Jasper started to sing, his soft bass soothing in my ear. When the sky has fallen, like a blanket on your shoulder, and the moon is like a mother, looking over you forever, and the dawn is so familiar. You were meant to be together, like a fog around a mountain forever, so softly, so sweetly, surrounding you completely. Sing you a lullaby to you. Lullaby, a lullaby to you. There was a second verse, but the words no longer registered. All I heard was the calming sound of his voice as I drifted into sleep. I woke up Monday morning with the earpiece still in my ear. Jasper, I said, a bit groggy. Good morning, Bella. He was still there. Did you sleep well? I said and stretched. That lullaby was gorgeous, Jasper. I didn't know you were so talented. Thank you. Can't take credit for the song. I borrowed it from Concrete Blonde, but I'm glad you enjoyed it. It was amazing. You'll have to sing it to me again. He laughed a low, throaty laugh. As you wish, darlin', as you wish. So, what did you do while I was sleeping? I asked curiously. Not much. Mostly I drove and listened. He was driving. That means he was already gone. My heart sank a little. Where are you going? Northern Canada. I thought I'd scare up some lynx. Northern Canada. It sounded so far away. Are you meeting anyone there? I asked hesitantly. I wondered if any of the Cullens were going to join him on the hunt. Okay, if I had to be completely honest with myself, I really wondered if Alice was going to join him on the hunt. This sudden realization, and the accompanying anxiety, surprised me. I had to admit I was scared. If he met with Alice, maybe he wouldn't come back. Nervously, I waited for his response. No. His reply was curt, inviting no follow-up. I felt relief, then guilt for feeling relieved. Were my feelings for Jasper starting to cross the line? We hadn't done anything inappropriate, hadn't really said anything inappropriate, hadn't really thought, well, best to keep my thoughts out of this. But still, we were just friends. Okay, well, I'd better get ready for school. Good luck today. I'll call you tonight. Bella. Yes. Remember what I told you when I gave you this number. You can call me anytime. If you need me or you just want to talk, call me. What if you're about to snag a lynx and the phone rings? Bella. He sighed. You are more important than hunting. Besides, I set both of our phones on the vibrate setting, so if they go off we can feel it and no one else needs to know. So if you need me, call me, anytime, he stressed. Okay. I relented. If I need you I'll call, but most likely I'll talk to you tonight. Have a good day, Bella. You too. Charlie was already gone, so I got ready for school quickly and grabbed a fast breakfast. I wasn't looking forward to this week at all. I faced 3 lonely days of school and work. Worse, after the movie disaster, I would have to be extra vigilant to avoid being trapped alone with Mike, and I would have to stop daydreaming so I didn't accidentally agree to do more stupid stuff. As I opened the door to my truck, I noticed a package resting on the floor near the pedals. It was a plain paper bag. Curious, I picked it up and looked inside. It held a portable DVD player, the first disc of Firefly and some of my favorite chips and soda. ISM. I led and quickly unfolded the enclosed note. Just in case you want to watch these again to catch the moments you missed while looking at me. The note wasn't signed. I ran my fingers over the neat inting before folding the note and tucking it into my wallet. I went back to hide the bag in my bedroom, then returned to the truck and left for school. Once again I relied on Angela and Ben to serve as shields against being cornered by Mike. At lunch, I begged off eating with the group, using my unfinished Spanish essay as an excuse. I did my best not to get all day dreamy about Jasper, but I slipped up once or twice. Fortunately, I didn't seem to have missed out on anything important. After school I worked at the store. Luckily it was Mike's day off, so I didn't have to worry about any uncomfortable run-ins. I overheard him planning to watch Monday Night Football with Tyler and Eric, so I didn't even have to worry about him stopping by. When my shift was over, I went home and had dinner. Charlie was watching football. I went upstairs and finished my homework first, then settled in on the bed and turned on the DVD player. Just watching the show made me feel closer to Jasper, and I was also glad for the distraction, which helped time go by until it was time to call him again. I knew Charlie would be staying up late because of the game, so I didn't wait for him to come upstairs before I got ready for bed and turned off my lights. I would have to be careful, listening for him coming up the stairs to make sure he didn't overhear my conversation, but I couldn't let this little roadblock stop me from calling Jasper. I tucked myself under my quilt and pressed the one key. Bella. His voice was soft, feathery, like a caress. I closed my eyes and felt warmth spread all through my body. He had been right last night. Hearing his voice made it feel like he was right here beside me. Jasper. My voice was equally soft, though not nearly as melodic as his. In my head I visualized his perfect, handsome face. "Did you like your surprise?" he asked. "Very much," I whispered. "I watched some of it tonight. It reminded me of you." He laughed. "That's just what I hoped when I left it for you. What else did you do today?" He wanted to hear about my day and wouldn't let me gloss over anything, so I described it all in minute detail, including the 2 hikers who came into the store with a tall tale about a large animal, probably a bear, that they had seen while hiking on the reservation, but that did not bother them or their foolishly unprotected food supply. I explained how skillfully Mr. Newton used their story against them by convincing them to purchase bear-safe food storage. As I spoke, I heard Charlie come upstairs, get ready for bed and disappear into his bedroom. I breathed a silent sigh of relief, knowing that I was now able to fully concentrate on the conversation, without any distractions. Jasper laughed at the bear story, but then became serious. "Do me a favor, Bella, and stay away from the woods. Just in case." The hikers were probably making the whole thing up, but if by some miracle a bear was anywhere near Forks, with your bad luck he would head straight for you. Best to keep yourself out of possible harm's way. "Geez, Jasper, paranoid much?" I giggled quietly. "Only when it comes to your safety," he admitted, and with good reason, at least based on past experience. "Well, it's not like I have time to go hiking while you're gone, but if something changes I promise I'll ask Jake to go with me. He's large enough to scare any bear." Jasper was silent. What did I say now? Was he really this worried about me and the imaginary bear? I sighed. "I promise, Jasper, no hiking. Like I said, I don't have time. And as clumsy as I am, I don't go hiking even when I do have time. So don't worry, okay? Okay." There was something different about his voice. Something I couldn't identify. There was a barrier between us now that wasn't there earlier. It was time to change the subject. "Speaking of hiking, it's your turn to tell me about your day." He remained silent for a moment, almost as if he were trying to get himself back into the right frame of mind. Then he started speaking, his rich voice wrapping comfortably around me. He told me about his drive up and his hunt for lynx. He described the landscape in a way that made me feel as though I'd taken the trip with him. Unexpectedly, I realized that I wished I had taken the trip with him. I wanted to spend time with him in a place that was away from the familiar, free from memories and expectations and obligations. A place where we could say anything to each other. "I wish I could be there with you." Did I really just verbalize my thoughts like that? My face burned with embarrassment. Would he understand what I'd been thinking? "I mean, it sounds so lovely," I quickly added to cover up my slip. "I wish you could be here too," he said softly. And then softer still, so I could hardly even hear it. He added, "Nothing here is as lovely as you." My breathing stopped. My heart stopped. Everything in the world came to a crashing halt. Could I possibly have heard him right? No, I must have imagined the whole thing. Silence stretched between us and there were no safe topics of conversation left. "I miss you," I whispered. "I know, darlin', I miss you too. I think if you had been here today, I would have found a way to see you, even if just for a few minutes." I have no doubt we would have found a way. Do you ever wish? You know I do. I do too. It was strange having this conversation without any real words, yet fully understanding the meaning. It was like a secret pact. As long as we didn't say it out loud, as long as there were no verbal acknowledgments, we could pretend it wasn't really happening. More silence followed, and then Jasper started signing softly. I'd like to meet you. In a timeless, placeless place, somewhere out of context, and beyond all consequences. If language were liquid, it would be rushing in. Instead here we are, in a silence more eloquent than any word could ever be. My breath caught again. He had taken thoughts from my head and put them to music. How do you do it, Jasper? I asked in amazement. How do I do what, darlin'? How do you know just the perfect song? I could hear him smile in response. I've listened to a lot of music and I have perfect recall. Oh, when he put it like that, it sounded almost routine. And I've had a lot of time lately to listen to music that makes me think of you and the way you make me feel. How do I make you feel? I asked tentatively. I wasn't sure if I wanted him to answer. We were treading on dangerous ground. I should have known he'd respond with another song, a song I recognized and knew well. The world was on fire. No one could save me but you. Strange what desire will make foolish people do. I never dreamed that I'd meet somebody like you. And I never dreamed that I'd lose somebody like you. No, I don't want to fall in love. No, I don't want to fall in love with you. He broke the song off, the absence of his voice startling. I understood perfectly. It wasn't just me. He had felt it too. We were both trying to resist. Because there were too many people who would be devastated if we gave in. Bella, what are you thinking? He asked, his voice betraying just a slight hint of anxiety. Belatedly, I realized that I hadn't reacted to the song. I needed to reassure him but I couldn't speak, so I responded by singing the next verse. What a wicked game you play. To make me feel this way. What a wicked thing to do. To let me dream of you. What a wicked thing to say. You never felt this way. What a wicked thing to do. To make me dream of you. And I don't wanna fall in love. No, I don't want to fall in love with you. I stopped singing, listening to more silence between us. My heart ached. Bella, I never, he finally said, letting the rest of the sentence hang. I didn't need to hear the end. I know, Jasper. Neither did I. He sighed heavily. What are we going to do? I sighed too. We'll spend a little more time together as good friends, until your training is over and you go back. Darlin', you don't know how much I wish things were different. Actually, Jasper, I think I do. I think I know exactly. But we can't do anything about it, so we have to let it go. Things are what they are, it's not within our control. 2 tears slipped out of the corners of my eyes, but I refused to give in and let more of them escape. I know, his voice was full of resignation. I've kept you up too late with this drivel. You need to get some rest. Good night, sweet Bella. Just one more thing, Jasper. Yes, will you sing me my lullaby? And he began to sing once more. The downside falling asleep while still on the phone with someone who has perfect hearing is that when you wake up there is nowhere to hide. I opened my eyes Tuesday morning with a clear memory of the previous night's conversation and an overwhelming sense of terror. It had been hard enough to say what little I actually said last night, under the cover of darkness. In the light of day I just wanted to take it all back. I knew after last night things had to change, and I feared not for the better. I just wanted to turn back time to Monday morning. I was careful not to move or make a single noise during my musings, trying to figure out what to say to Jasper when I was finally ready to speak. But I must have done something to give myself away, because all too soon he spoke. Good morning, Bella. Hi Jasper, I said quietly, tentatively. I hadn't felt so awkward with him since the night I first saw him at the house. After last night's revelations I wasn't sure how to proceed. Don't stress. Last night doesn't have to change anything. We'll find a way to make it work, he said quietly. Once again I wondered how he was able to read my mind and my mood, even across the miles. But seriously, last night doesn't have to change anything. How exactly were we going to close Pandora's box? He was deluding himself. Last night changed everything. We shouldn't have talked about it, I said sadly. Now that we know how we feel, it will be impossible. Nothing's impossible, Bella. He objected vehemently. I'm glad we know. And then, in a softer tone, now that we both know what we're up against, we can help each other. It will make things easier. I wasn't sure if he was trying to convince me or himself. I wish I had his capacity for denial. Now that we both know what we're up against. Is that how he saw it, the feelings that were starting to grow between us? As some sort of an obstacle to fight through. My anger flared, and then immediately receded. Yes, I supposed that's exactly what they were. The feelings were a barrier to our friendship, a barrier to normal relationships with his family, a barrier to our inevitable future apart from one another. They were something to battle and conquer. And in a battle, it was better to have allies. Major Jasper Whitlock would have been keenly aware of that. I sighed. I didn't want to think about battles. I didn't want to think about the future. And most of all, I didn't want to think about what mental deficiency drove me towards falling for men that could never love me back the way I loved them. There were self-help books out there for women like me, weren't there? Probably shelves and shelves full. I made a mental note to stop by a bookstore next time I was in Port Angeles to find therapy in a paperback. Bella, please don't shut me out. What are you thinking? I knew he needed me to tell him how I felt, but I could not. There wasn't enough time and I didn't have the emotional strength. I'm thinking I need to get ready for school before I'm late. I'll call you tonight. Bella, he was pleading. I'm sorry, Jasper. I can't do this right now. I need time to figure things out. I'll call you tonight. Okay, he responded. Take care of yourself today. I heard the dissatisfaction and anxiety in his voice, but there was nothing I could do to help him. I will, I promised and hung up the phone. School was positively awful. Everyone seemed to sense my horrible mood and continually asked me what was wrong. It's not that I didn't appreciate the concern, but what was I supposed to tell them? There was nothing else going on in my life that could possibly account for my mood shift, and I couldn't say anything about Jasper. I briefly considered confiding in Angela, but dismissed the thought almost immediately. What would she think of me if she found out that I was falling in love with my ex-boyfriend's brother who also happened to be dating my former best friend? I didn't think even Angela had it in her to see that kind of behavior as anything but abhorrent. I did my best to isolate myself from everyone all day. I'd never spent so much time in bathroom stalls in my life, but it was the only place where I could be assured privacy and freedom from unwelcome inquiries. In my mind, I kept replaying the conversation from last night. What are we going to do? We'll spend a little more time together as good friends. Until your training is over and you go back. Darlin', you don't know how much I wish things were different. I knew we both wished things were different. But wishing, no matter how hard, does not make it so. By the end of the day people stopped talking to me, realizing that I would not answer their questions. I was grateful. Then, in my last class, I walked in to find a candy bar on my desk wrapped in a piece of notebook paper. Confused, I unwrapped the note. Just hoping this will make you feel better and bring out your gorgeous smile. I scrunched up my face, still no closer to figuring out where the note and candy had come from. I looked around the room and my eyes stopped on Mike, who was looking at me expectantly. When he saw me looking at him his face lit up and he gave me a half wave. I couldn't help but smile back. He gave me the thumbs up sign with both hands, and turned back to the front of the classroom. It was silly, but this little gesture actually made me feel better. No questions, no pestering. Just something sweet to brighten my day. Mike really was a good friend. Mike and I were both scheduled to work that evening, but once again a steady stream of customers kept us occupied. I made sure that he saw me eating the candy bar on my break, and sent him another grateful smile. Then I quickly looked away, sending as strong a signal as I could that I wanted to be alone. As if not wanting to disturb the chocolate bonding, Mike didn't try to approach me for the rest of the night. Back at home it was the usual dinner and homework routine. I watched some more Firefly, but my heart wasn't in it. I barely paid attention. I was so nervous about calling Jasper. I still had no idea what I was going to say. I wanted to be mature and nonchalant, but I just felt like crying. It wasn't fair. None of this was fair. I had no business thinking of Jasper as anything but a friend or an older brother, and he had no business stirring up other feelings in me with his thoughtful gestures. And his darlings and his lullabies. We both stepped over the line and now we would both have to pay the price, and it wasn't fair. I hid the DVD player in the closet and grabbed a book. I heard Charlie come upstairs and yell good night through the door. I should have gotten ready for bed and turned off the lights, but I was a coward, trying to put off the inevitable to the last possible moment. When I finally went to the bathroom, I took extra time to make sure every tooth was brushed 3 times and that every inch of my face was thoroughly scrubbed clean. I even folded my cloths before dumping them into the laundry hamper. Eventually, I ran out of excuses. With a heavy sigh I turned off the lights, got under the covers, put on the earpiece and called Jasper. "How are you?" "Not great," I admitted. "I've been better. I want to see you so badly today." I was so close to getting in the car and driving back, or leaving it at an airport and flying. "Why didn't you?" He paused. I could tell he didn't really want to answer. "I wasn't sure I'd be welcome. When you wouldn't talk to me this morning, I didn't know what to think. I wondered if you'd prefer that I not return to Forks." "Oh, Jasper," I sighed. "It's not that I wouldn't talk to you, I just didn't know what to say." "I still don't know what to say. I've had all day to think with few distractions. Would you like me to start?" "Please." I shut my eyes tight, my stomach in knots over what he was about to say. "First of all, we haven't done anything wrong. We may have had thoughts that went beyond friendship, but we haven't acted on them. I think it's important we remember that." "Right." My voice was small. He was right, of course, but it didn't make me feel any better. "Second, our friendship began under extreme circumstances. You had just lost Edward and I was separated from my family. In that kind of environment, where we were both hurt and lonely, it was easy to misinterpret signs, misidentify emotions. What was he saying? That my attraction for him was just some sort of need to replace Edward, and that in his eyes I was a substitute for Alice. I pressed both of my hands tightly across my face, putting extra pressure on my eyes to keep my tears at bay. Third, I think we had always represented the forbidden and dangerous to one another. We weren't allowed to interact. Now that we are getting to know each other, it's natural to feel that thrill of finally achieving that which had previously been denied. It's bound to intensify the relationship artificially, beyond what it would ordinarily be. Everything he said sounded so cold and clinical, and it was dead wrong. I wanted to scream. The attraction I felt towards him had nothing to do with danger or any other boy, even Edward. It had everything to do with the person I've gotten to know over the past 2 weeks. The kind, caring, funny, handsome, sexy, mysterious, charming stop it, Bella. Thoughts like these are what got you in this mess to begin with. I refocused on what Jasper had said and realized that, of course, he wasn't really talking about me. The whole day of thinking about the situation had only given him insight into his own feelings and the motivation behind them. So for him it was the extreme circumstances of our friendship, and his view of me as the forbidden fruit, that inspired the response. Say he initially misinterpreted as attraction. The wave of pain that washed over me as I recognized the true nature of his feelings was overwhelming, and suddenly I was right back on the path, watching Edward disappear into the forest. Feeling worthless and alone. "Bella," Jasper's gentle voice broke through the fog of my self-pity, "you still haven't said anything. Won't you please tell me what you're thinking?" And here was the difference between Edward and Jasper. The precise difference that drove my feelings for Jasper. He cared about me and what I had to say. He could have easily behaved like Edward and left me when he realized that his feelings for me had been an illusion, but he didn't need to crush me for his own entertainment. And he said he wanted to come back to Forks to see me. However false some of his emotions towards me had been, he still wanted to be my friend. Could I do this? Could I go on with the friendship and tuck away all my other feelings for him? Could I hide them from Jasper of all people? But what was the other option? I couldn't face the possibility of losing all of him right now. A friendship, however brief, was better than nothing. Bella, I know you're still there. I can hear your breathing. Please, darling, don't do this. Say something, anything. Curse me, berate me, it doesn't matter. Just please say something. Let me hear your voice. I was afraid to speak. Afraid that my voice would betray me. And I wasn't ready for that. Wasn't ready to let him know how fragile and vulnerable I suddenly became. Still, I knew I had to speak. There was only one thing to do. Ask him a question. Keep him talking. Jasper. My voice was raspy, uneven. Yes. I need to know. Will you tell me? I hesitated. Yes. He was apprehensive. Will you tell me what happened with you and your family after the birthday party? For a long while there was nothing. My tears could no longer be contained and spilled out of my eyes like a torrent. I started breathing through my mouth, consciously trying to keep my breaths even so as not to alert him to the change, though I knew it was useless. Even my human ears picked up the increased pace and volume. Finally, Jasper spoke, his voice raw. After Emmett and Rosalie wrestled me outside and the bloodlust receded, I ran. I needed to be alone. I was disgusted by what I had done, by my lack of control over the monster that lived within me so close to the surface. I was horrified that I wanted to kill you and how close I came to accomplishing my goal. I didn't want to go back. Eventually Edward caught up with me and forced me to stop. The fury and loathing he felt overwhelmed me, but even worse was the pity and the concern. I listened to him because I knew I owed him, and he convinced me to return for Alice and Esme. What followed were the hardest days of my life since the 3 days I spent burning while turning into a vampire. The house was flooded with emotions. Rage, anger, disgust, resentment, shock, pity. I absorbed them all and they amplified the emotions within me beyond the point of endurance. I was going out of my mind. It was the most intense pain and torture I had ever experienced in my life. Worse than anything else were Alice's feelings. She tried to hide them from me, but they overwhelmed her as well. She too felt the shock and pity, but she also felt an incredible amount of guilt and regret and self-loathing. If I were capable of death, the pain of her feelings would have killed me. I knew she felt guilty for not seeing my attack before it happened, not being able to stop and control me. Then, when Edward announced that he wanted us to leave Forks, all of those feelings increased even more, and I know she felt that bringing me to the Cullens and then not being able to control me was the cause of Edward's loss of happiness and the family's inability to stay in a place they loved. She took all the responsibility on herself, even though I had been the monster who caused the situation. She never said anything, and through it all I felt her love, but I knew that while I was with her and the rest of the family I would never be able to break out of the tailspin of emotions, where their feelings mixed with mine and forced me into the deepest, darkest place within me. Trapped as I was in my personal emotional hell, I was useless to the rest of the family. One way or another I had to leave. For everyone's sake. It was Carlyle who suggested that I separate myself from the family for a while. He explained that after I had a chance to deal with my own emotions, I'd be able to return and handle my relationship with the rest of them. It was always intended as a temporary parting. Alice refused to go along with Carlyle's plan. She begged and pleaded for me to go with them. She even offered to leave the Cullens and for the two of us to go our separate way, but I couldn't do that to her. I knew how close she was with the rest of the family and I knew that if we left, as much as she loved me, a part of her would always mourn for the loss of the others. And knowing that I caused a part of her to die would torment me forever. It was better to follow Carlyle's advice and deal with all the pain at once. In the end, it was Edward who convinced Alice to agree to the arrangement. He shamed and guilted her into it, calling her selfish for placing her nay. DS before mine and the rest of the families. I hated him for it, but it was the only way. We agreed that there would be no contact between you until I was ready to return. That rule was for my benefit. I knew that as soon as I spoke with any of them, especially Alice, I would return, even if I wasn't ready. I didn't tell anyone where I would go, and at first I intended to go back south, to Houston. But then I realized that the best place to deal with my demons was the place where I lost control of them, Forks. The house was shuttered. No one would have to know I was there. Initially I had wanted to avoid all human contact. Then I realized that this was exactly the opposite of what I needed. I knew that the only way I could go back to the family was if I could prove that I could control the bloodlust, all by myself. Just as they were all able to. So I devised my training plan. And you know the rest. Tears continued to pour from my eyes as I listened to his story. I felt every bit of his pain. Every bit of the overwhelming flood of emotion. This was so much worse than anything I could have imagined. Jasper, I whispered, horrified. Again I was at a loss for words. I'm sorry. Just didn't seem adequate. It's all right, Bella. The plan is working. You saw for yourself that I'm getting stronger. Yes, I always knew you would. I know. From the moment I told you what I was doing, you had more confidence in me than even I did. It was comforting, and flattering. You didn't even know me. Your feelings, your reactions, never failed to surprise and confuse me. I may not have known you. But I felt your determination and resolve. And I knew once you had a plan you would execute it. Still, this must be horrible for you. You must miss her so much. As soon as the words left my mouth I wanted to take them back. I didn't know why I had brought her into the conversation. Was I trying to cause him more pain? There was another silence. Mentally I berated myself for my thoughtlessness. But when Jasper spoke, his voice wasn't pained. Instead, it was even and measured. Bella, there's something else. Something else I have to tell you. Earlier today I spoke with Alice. My eyes opened wide in reaction to his words. He spoke with Alice. 100 questions ran through my mind. Who called who and why? What did Alice say? Was everyone all right? Did she know about us? Did she want to kill me? But first and foremost in my mind was the statement he had made only a few minutes earlier. I knew that as soon as I spoke with any of them, especially Alice, I would return, even if I wasn't ready. Jasper wasn't coming back to Forks. He was going back to the Cullens. I swallowed hard. I didn't think I could ever feel worse than the day Edward left me on the path. I was so wrong. At least when Edward left there was the anger and resentment that I could hold on to and nourish when I felt overwhelmed by grief. Now there was nothing. We didn't even have a chance to say a proper goodbye. Jasper had left in the middle of the night and now there was nothing. I couldn't stand to hear him say the words, to confirm my worst fears, so I reached for the phone and pressed the end key. Within seconds the phone started buzzing. The vibrations reverberated on the floor. Worried about Charlie, I grabbed the phone and stuck it under my pillow. The vibrations didn't stop. A minute turned into 5, then 10. The phone continued to vibrate. I considered turning the power off completely, but I couldn't bear to lose this one last thread of the connection between us, however tenuous. After 15 minutes the vibrations stopped. I felt a mixture of sadness and relief. It was really over. Then I heard the phone ringing downstairs. I glanced at my bedside clock. It was 12:30 a.m. The only calls at this hour would be emergencies. With dread I glanced at my now silent phone. He wouldn't. What would he say when Charlie picked up the phone? Desperate, I flipped open the mobile phone and pressed 1. The ringing downstairs stopped. You hung up on me. His voice was full of hurt and accusation. My grief was momentarily replaced by anger. Yes, I hissed. Most people understand that to signal the end of a conversation. What are you doing calling my house? You could have woken Charlie. You hung up on me, he repeated. Why? The genuine confusion and pain in his voice disarmed me. I just couldn't. I choked back a sob. I didn't want to hear you telling me you weren't coming back. What? He sounded incredulous. You said if you spoke with Alice you would go back even if you weren't ready. What? He said again. When you were telling me what happened after the party. You said the no contact rules were there for you, because if you spoke with Alice you would go back even if you weren't ready. I resented him for making me say this out loud. It's not as if he didn't have perfect recall. Did he really have to humiliate me like this? Oh, he said. He sounded relieved. Bella, silly girl, I was always going to come back to Forks. Did you really think I could just go hunting and then not return, just leave you like Edward did? He stopped, obviously regretting making the comparison. I always intended to come back. And Alice called to make sure I was going back. What? It was my turn to be confused. Why would Alice want Jasper to come back to Forks? This didn't make any sense. Alice had a vision. Jasper was serious again. I panicked. Did Alice see something about me and Jasper? Had they quarreled? Did she order him to stay away from her? But he didn't so. Ooned like a man who had quarreled with his soulmate earlier. What in the world was going on? I felt like I stepped into an episode of The Twilight Zone. What did she see? I asked. She saw Laurent. She saw Laurent in Forks. I stopped breathing. Laurent, the nomad vampire who used to travel with James and Victoria, was coming to Forks. Laurent, who had not been a vegetarian, like the Cullens, was heading for our little town. What if he decided to feed here? We were all in danger. Bella, breathe, Jasper commanded. I took a breath. It's all right. Laurent had been living with Tanya and her family in Denali. He adopted the vegetarian lifestyle. As far as we know he plans to continue. But for some reason he's decided to leave Alaska and come back to the lower 48. Alice saw him in Forks. He was watching you. She didn't see him doing anything, but she wanted to make sure I came back to Forks to watch over you, just in case. And I would never leave you here alone while he was around. He may have lived as a vegetarian for a few months, but I know all too well how easy it is to slip back to our natural food source. We have a few days before his arrival, but I'm driving back now. And when next I see you we're going to have to set up some rules, just for a while, to keep you safe. All right, I couldn't answer. A nomad vampire was heading for Forks. All right, Bella. Jasper's voice was harder now, demanding a response. All right, I answered, though I had no idea what I was agreeing to. Did Alice see anything else? I asked tentatively. No, at least not that she told me. She said to say hello to you. And that she was sorry, and that she missed you. Oh, okay. My eyes hurt from all the tears and my head hurt from all of the confusing information I received tonight. I glanced at the clock again. It was past 1:30. I groaned. Bella, what is it? He was instantly alarmed. Nothing. I just have a headache, and it's late. I heard him curse under his breath. I'm so sorry, darlin', I lost track of time. And you have to get up for school tomorrow. Would you like me to sing you to sleep? He was merciless. Just because this didn't mean anything to him, but then it did mean something to me. And I would only be able to have him do this for a short period of time. Yes, I whispered. It's a new one, he said gently, a special song just for tonight. Once there was a way to get back homeward. Once there was a way to get back home. Sleep pretty darlin', do not cry. And I will sing a lullaby. Golden slumbers fill your eyes. Smiles awake you when you rise. Sleep pretty darlin', do not cry. And I will sing a lullaby. Once there was a way to get back homeward. Once there was a way to get back home. Slept pretty darlin', do not cry. And I will sing a lullaby. The next morning I woke up saying his name. I'm here, Bella, he replied. Good morning. How do you feel? I groaned. Head still hurts. Eyes still hurt. Take some Advil darlin', it will help with both. I know. I will. I really did not want to get out of bed. Bella, can I ask you for a favor? He asked gently. Yes, of course, I didn't hesitate. Please don't ever hang up on me again. It was distressing. I was worried. I would have had Charlie check up on you if you hadn't called me back when you did. I promise I'll never keep you on the line if you want to go, but let me know that you're going, don't just hang up. Okay, I mumbled, thoroughly embarrassed. I couldn't have been more rude to him last night if I tried. I'm really sorry for doing that last night. It's all right, Bella, I understand. Now go get ready. You don't want to be late. I'll talk to you tonight, Jasper. Yes. Since I didn't feel any better than I had the day before, I stayed out of everyone's way at school again. On occasion I saw people whispering behind me and knew they were gossiping about me, but I didn't care. My only goal was to get through my classes and head on to work. The Newton store was once again busy in the evening. And time passed quickly. Before I knew it, my shift was over. I punched out and headed out to my truck. Bella, wait up. Mike had followed me to the parking lot. I couldn't ignore him, so I stopped and turned around, dreading the impending conversation. Hey, Mike, I said weakly, thanks for the chocolate yesterday. It's no problem. It was so good to see you smile. I should have given it to you earlier. No, your timing was just right. I may not have been able to appreciate it earlier. He didn't say anything and we stood in awkward silence. Okay, then. See you tomorrow, I said and started to turn back to the truck. Wait, don't go yet. I turned back to him slowly. I know it's late, he said, so I'll try to make this short. I would have talked to you earlier. But it's nearly impossible to catch you alone. He sounded a bit uncertain, almost as if he sensed I surrounded myself with people by design. I remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Mike's eyes roved the surface of the parking lot. Then, suddenly, he looked straight into my eyes. Bella, I'm your friend and I always will be, no matter what you tell me tonight. Oh, this was not a good start. I took a deep breath. I know that, Mike. What is it? Well, I know that you and Edward were really close. And I know that you told Jessica you were ready to date other people. But Saturday I got the impression that you felt differently. He paused. His eyes shifted back to the ground. It was clear he was uncomfortable. Then he looked at me again. And well, I wanted to ask you, are you just not ready to move on or is it me? My heart jumped in my chest and constricted painfully. I looked at him, standing in front of me, so vulnerable. My friend from the first day we met. My very human, very available friend. He had been there for me from the beginning, making sure I fit in with other students, sheltering me as much as was possible in gym class, helping me find a job. Cheering me up when I needed it, just being there for me, even when I was dating Edward, all without any expectations. Of course he wasn't Jasper, or Edward even, but who man could possibly ever compete with their immortal perfection? Was it fair to use them as a benchmark that all future love interests had to measure themselves up against when clearly both of them were beyond my very human reach? Jasper was only going to be here for a few more weeks, before he left Forks and me forever. And I now knew his feelings for me were merely platonic. I knew, because if there had been more to his feelings he would not be coming back. Alice would have seen it and would have demanded that he return to her before anything actually happened. She may have still been concerned about Laurent, but she could have sent Emmett to guard me. Alice had known, and now I knew, that Jasper was hers, and that there was nothing between me and him except a foolish girl's fantasy. So would it really be so awful, so wrong, to let myself try to fall in love with Mike? To see what it would be like to have a human boyfriend? To let things happen and see where they led? Deep down I knew I wasn't ready to shoot him down. To deny this possibility, to permanently close this door. Mike, I knew I had to let down my guard, had to let myself be equally vulnerable. It's not you. You're right, I'm just not quite over him. Not quite ready. There was a hint of a spark in his eye, but his face was still cautious. But you think that maybe someday you might be ready to try, to be with me? His eyes pleaded with mine for confirmation. I had to respond. I had to make a decision. And I really wanted, no, I really needed, to keep hope alive, for both of our sakes. Maybe, Mike, I said quietly, maybe someday. He let out a breath I hadn't realized he'd been holding. All right, Then I'll wait. He smiled at me tentatively and I smiled back. Then, suddenly, I panicked. I didn't want to close the door. But I also didn't want to mislead him. I can't be certain I'll ever. He stepped forward and placed a finger over my lips to silence me. Shish, he said, I understand. I'm not looking for guarantees. I'm patient. I can wait. Then he pulled me close to him and wrapped his arms around me. I stiffened, then relaxed as I realized that this was intended as a friendly, comforting embrace, nothing more. And no matter what you decide, he whispered in my ear, no matter what happens, we'll always be friends. I nodded in mute agreement. He released me and took both of my hands in his, looking searchingly into my eyes. Okay, Bella, he asked. Yes, my voice was barely audible. He let go of my hands, stepped back and smiled a wide smile. So, would you like tea? Oh, go to the bonfire at First Beach next weekend. Just as friends, he held up both of his hands in a defensive gesture. I smiled back. Yes, Mike, I'd love to go. Just as friends. He nodded and started walking back to his car. Okay, see you at school tomorrow, Bella. See you, I replied, the smile still on my face. I turned around and unlocked the driver's side door. This had been such an unexpected turn of events, but I felt great. My heart felt lighter. Things between Mike and me were finally right. Ben and Angela were officially off Bella's shielding duty. I opened the door, got into the TRUCK and started the engine without paying much attention. Only when I turned my head to make sure the parking lot behind me was clear, did I realize that the passenger seat was occupied. I nearly jumped out of my skin in fright before I recognized the other car occupant. Jasper, I cried with surprise and pleasure. You're here. I didn't expect to see you until tomorrow. Apparently not, he said dryly. Looking out the driver's side window past my head, I turned and followed his gaze to see Mike getting into his Suburban. Oh, I said, I guess you heard all that. I wasn't trying to eavesdrop. But with the two of you the only people in the parking lot, it was kind of hard to miss. You didn't tell me how much things have changed while I was away. On the surface his voice was neutral. I thought I detected the barest hint of accusation. Changed. I don't know what you mean. I was confused. Last Friday you were seeking advice on how to hold Mike off. Tonight you didn't seem to mind getting closer. I wasn't sure what was going on, where this conversation was going, and why we were having it in the first place, but I was getting a little mad. I was about to protest when Jasper said, I feel Mike becoming quite worried, probably because you haven't pulled out of the lot yet. We'd better go before he decides to investigate. I groaned, but looked back again and pulled the truck out of the parking space. I drove to the lot exit, not knowing which way to turn. My house was to the right, Jasper's to the left. Where should we go? I asked. Charlie's expecting you home, right? Yes. You're already late due to the parking lot delay, so we'd better go to your house before Charlie starts to worry and sends out a search party. Plus, Mike is still watching, and we don't want him to think you're driving off to meet another suitor. I looked at him out of the corner of my eye. He was staring straight ahead. I knew he could see me with his excellent peripheral vision, It was clear he was not interested in eye-to-eye contact. Fine. Two can play this game. I shifted my eyes to the road and completed the right turn. We drove in silence for a few minutes until I found a deserted spot with a shoulder wide enough to pull the truck completely off the road. What are you doing? Jasper asked in surprise as I maneuvered the truck onto the shoulder and put it in park. I turned to face him. I could ask you the same thing, I said, my voice elevated. What is your problem? One moment I felt anger building within me, the next I was filled with incredible calm and peace. Incredible, because it wasn't real. I knew Jasper was using his ability to change my emotions. Trying to hold on to the anger was impossible, so I did the only thing I could think of. Please, don't, I requested calmly. I would very much like to be myself tonight, not some emotional marionette whose puppet master pulls invisible strings. Jasper looked away and the anger returned, though at a lower intensity. I looked at him suspiciously. Are you still? He turned towards me again and met my gaze straight on. No, Bella, this is all you. Fine. I crossed my arms across my chest in defiance. Though I didn't quite know what I was defying. I chewed on my lower lip in frustration. I still wanted to address our conversation from earlier, but this new subject was even more important. I decided I had to tackle it first. Jasper, I said, my voice surprisingly steady, if we are to remain friends. His eyes darted to my face in shock. He had not been prepared for this. In truth, I hadn't been either. I didn't really know this self-possessed Bella who had somehow taken over the conversation. If we are to remain friends, I repeated, then you have to respect me. I saw him opening his mouth to say something. Please, let me finish. I quickly interjected. I'm sure you're used to using your ability to calm all sorts of situations, and I know that in the past I've never objected when you used it on me. But that was before we were trying to build a relationship of equals. In our friendship I will always be at a disadvantage, since you can read my emotions and I can't read yours. That's bad enough, but to have you manipulate my emotions without my permission is completely unfair. It robs me of free will. I was angry earlier. I know that particular emotion may be difficult for you to be around. But I had a right to be angry. And when you took away my ability to feel that anger and forced me to feel the exact opposite, I felt completely helpless and violated. Jasper's face contorted in pain, as though I'd hit him. His hands balled into fists and he squeezed his eyes tight, his face still twisted into a grimace. All of his visible muscles were contracted to the point that his entire body was twitching slightly like a conduit for an electric current. It was clear he was waging some internal battle, fighting for control. I could only watch, terrified, not knowing what caused this sudden change or what he was thinking or feeling. He must have sensed the shift in my emotions even through his internal struggle, because his eyes snapped open and he looked at me, frowning. He cursed under his breath with barely restrained fury. My fight-or-flight instinct was on full alert and I knew fighting was not an option. Keeping my movements as small as possible, I inched away from him and reached behind me in search of the door handle. I should have realized that however small my movements seemed to me, they would be obvious to him. Don't, he said through clenched teeth. Please, Bella, don't leave. I swear you're not in any danger. Just give me a minute. I stopped moving. Jasper's assurance that I was not in danger decreased my level of anxiety. The only fear I had now was for him and whatever internal demons he was trying to conquer. After another minute I saw his body start to relax and his face return to its normal demeanor. He took a deep breath. I'm only making it worse, aren't I? He asked. Your reaction was more intense than I expected, I whispered. There was no point in lying. He knew exactly what I was feeling. I'm sorry you had to see that. I'm sorry I scared you. But it was either that or going out there and smashing some trees into toothpicks. It's still a challenge for me to control my anger. But I don't understand why you were so angry. Was it because I was angry with you? Is that why you tried to calm me? Because you knew my anger would provoke this kind of reaction from you? No, it had nothing to do with that. I was angry that I hurt you. That I made you question whether you even wanted to be around me. The anger was completely self-directed. He sighed. I just want to be worthy of your friendship, because I know I haven't always been and I have a lot to make up for. But I keep screwing it up. I do things that I think will make you feel better, but it all seems to go wrong and I don't know why or how to change it. What do I do to stop driving you away? In frustration, he ran his left hand through his hair, sweeping it away from his forehead, only to have it return in a cascade of gold waves as soon as his hand was gone. I felt a shiver of excitement go through me and hoped Jasper was too involved with his thoughts to notice. I watched him carefully, but saw no visible reaction. I am so sorry I made you feel the way I did earlier, he continued, sounding absolutely miserable. I just didn't realize. I wasn't thinking. I never meant to hurt you or control you, or make you feel disrespected. You have to believe me. He was taking this much worse than I'd expected. I didn't want to hurt him. I just wanted him to stop changing my feelings against my will. I had to do major damage control, as quickly as possible. I know you didn't do it on purpose. I know using your ability is so ingrained that you do it without thinking. It's just that I don't think I can keep seeing you if I'm not allowed to be myself. To experience my own feelings. I can't be friends with someone who manipulates me or tries to control me, even when they think they're doing it for my own good. I know, Bella. I understand and I absolutely agree. Would you believe you're the first person to ever say these things to me, to ever put it that way? My family is so used to these stupid powers, Edward's mind reading, Alice's visions. My empathic abilities, that no one has ever seriously complained. And I've never been close enough to anyone else who knew what I was doing for them to tell me how it made them feel. I suppose Edward might have heard complaints, but he never said anything. I can't believe I've been such an idiot. I'm an emotional molester. Jasper, I said quietly, please stop berating yourself. You didn't know and you were just using your ability to defend yourself against my anger. It was instinctive for you. I understand. He interrupted me with a bitter laugh. Instinctive, he spat out with disgust. Yes, my instincts certainly lead me to damage others. That's been the one constant in my life. Oh crap, open mouth, insert foot. What the hell did I have to say that for? How could I forget it was his instinctive lust for my blood that put this situation in motion in the first place? Think, Isabella, for heaven's sake think before you speak. Jasper, please stop, I whispered, feeling absolutely awful. He looked at me again, but now his face was cautious. You're doing it again, I said, although you're being completely fair about it, I quickly added. What do you mean? He was confused. Good. Confusion was better than anger or self-pity. You're reacting way too strongly to what I've said. Instead of being mad at you for what you did, I have to feel awful for hurting you too much. His face changed from confusion to disbelief. He threw his head back and laughed, but it wasn't a happy laugh. What the hell did I say now? Bella, you're impossible. Only you could take a situation like this and manage to make yourself feel badly about it. Damn, but we're a damaged pair. I wasn't sure I understood what he was talking about, but at least he was no longer angry with himself. That was a step in the right direction. I had to keep it going. Jasper, I need you to listen to me. I understand, just like you understood this morning about me hanging up, and only asked me not to do it again instead of dwelling on it. It's like that. If you want me to keep seeing you, then just never manipulate my feelings against my will again. Simple. He hung his head. He was back to feeling miserable. When he spoke, his voice was filled with remorse. I really am sorry, Bella. I was trying to help, to make the situation more comfortable. But I see now that it only made things more comfortable for me. He looked up at me, staring straight into my eyes. I swear it will never happen again. I believe you, I said simply. He seemed satisfied and settled back into his seat. And if you slip, I made sure my voice was light and teasing, so he knew I was just trying to further ease the tension. I suppose we could always stay phone friends, since your gift doesn't work long distance. He groaned. Then he turned back to face me and leaned closer, his topaz eyes staring deeply into mine, his voice turning low and husky. Darlin', I would rather be torn to shreds and burned in the deepest pit of hell than to slip up and face those consequences. As much as I love hearing your voice on the phone, I couldn't exist if something I did caused us to never see each other again. The way I feel when I'm with you, I can't describe it, I can't explain it, but it's absolutely irreplaceable. Oh my God, he was doing it again. Saying things in a way that made them so easy for me to misinterpret. To think he actually did care for me is more than a friend. I knew he didn't mean it the way I wanted him to, but a part of me was so desperate to believe. I had to do something to make him stop. Stop using that sexy voice, stop leaning in so that his masculine, spicy scent overwhelmed my senses, and stop using the word darlin' that sent shivers down my spine and sent blood coursing through my veins at neck break speed. If he continued, one day soon my resolve would crumble and I would grab him into a passionate kiss that would bring down on me the wrath of Alice and the whole Cullen family faster than I could say forks. It doesn't matter how you feel about him. He doesn't feel the same way about you. Don't ruin what you already have by wishing for something that can never be. Say something. You need to let him know you understand what he's trying to say. His proximity and his unyielding eyes made thinking difficult. Still, it was a necessary part of this charade that I think of a response. Fast. My self-preservation instinct finally clicked in and I was able to look away, which helped clear my head somewhat. What was it that he had said? Something about being with me causing him to feel things he couldn't explain. Well, of course he couldn't explain it, any more than I could explain how I felt about spending a meaningful evening with a bowl of ice cream. He was fraternizing with food. For heaven's sake, who could explain that? That actually makes sense, I muttered. What makes sense? He sounded confused. Shoot, did I really say that out loud? I shot a glance in his direction from beneath my lashes, ready to look away instantly if there was any chance of getting caught back up again in that magnetic gaze. Though he was still facing me, his eyes were now relaxed. I was safe. It makes sense that being with me would make you feel differently than you've ever felt before. You've never spent this much time before in close proximity with a human, so of course this is different. Just like any predator spending a lot of time with its natural prey, I saw him wince at that remark. It probably wasn't the best way to phrase what I was trying to say. What I mean, I quickly continued, is that this happens in nature from time to time. One of my neighbors in Phoenix had a pet German Shepherd and a pet rabbit, and the two got along beautifully. In fact, the rabbit bossed the shepherd around. I'm sure the shepherd was pretty confused about how this little bunny made it feel, just as I'm sure the bond they had was uniquely theirs and would not transfer to other rabbits if they were foolish enough to cross the shepherd's path. So yes, I imagine this is very unique and irreplaceable for you. He stared at me incredulously. Did you just compare me to a dog? I waved my hand in the air dismissively. Don't be overly sensitive, you know what I meant. Dog and bunny, lion and lamb, polar bear and seal, it doesn't matter. The point is, the bond of friendship between a predator and its natural food source is extremely rare and unique. Even as I said the words, I was in awe of the fact that I could categorize myself as a natural food source so easily in front of Jasper. Less than a month ago he wanted to treat me as a meal. Now, I felt completely safe with him in the proximity of the cab of my truck, alone, in the dark, on a deserted highway. Life was definitely strange. He regarded me carefully. You know you're not really making any sense, right? Of course I knew I wasn't making sense, or at least I was too distracted to figure out if I was making any sense, but I managed to move the conversation to a more comfortable level where I wasn't imagining that Jasper talked in a code that hid his true feelings for me. So sense or nonsense, I did really well. My eyes felt on a small clock I mounted to the dashboard of the truck with double stick tape and I panicked. Holy crow, I said, it's so late. Charlie is probably going out of his mind. My eyes darted to the road, half expecting to see the cruiser heading in our direction in a search for me in my truck. Fortunately there was no one there, so I shifted out of park and pulled back onto the road. I'm sorry, Jasper. I wish I could talk longer, but Charlie is probably already really mad, and I would prefer not to be grounded while you're in town. Of course, Bella, you know I don't want you to be grounded either. You're coming over tomorrow afternoon, right? I want to, but what? He was clearly alarmed. Well, I haven't had a lot of time to cook lately and we're running out of leftovers. And I don't think I can do any more spaghetti and meatballs. Plus I have to shop. So as much as I'd like to come and see you, I just don't think I have time. I'll come Friday, though. Bella, I haven't seen you all week. Can't you order a pizza or something? Or get one of those microwave entrees they advertise on TV? I considered his suggestion. On the one hand, Charlie could be wonderfully oblivious to many things. On the other hand, He knew how much I liked cooking and would be suspicious if I suddenly started microwaving our food or relying on takeout. I don't think that would work. What about cooking at my house? Esme's kitchen has every gadget and utensil known to man, and if you give me a list I could go shopping tomorrow while you're at school. I could even help. I could be your sous chef. I glanced over at him. He looked so hopeful, even a little excited. And I had to admit I liked the idea. After being so close to each other tonight, I knew he could tolerate sharing the kitchen with me. And it would be fun to cook with someone else. I wouldn't have him doing anything complicated, of course, but he could help with the basics. And the Cullen's kitchen was so large, maybe I could prepare several meals at the same time, which would give me more time with him down the road. Yes, this was definitely a good idea. Jasper, you're a genius. Out of the corner of my eye I could see him smile. Why thank you, Darren. After you get home make a list of everything you'll need, then tell me later tonight. I'll pick everything up in Port Angeles. I can even get things ready before you get to the house, if you tell me what I need to do. Phew, that darlin' didn't have nearly as much effect on me. Maybe my little pep talk from earlier was working. Sounds good, I said, but you'll have to buy exactly what I tell you and not go overboard, like you did with the snacks. And you'll have to let me pay for the groceries. Bella. He sounded frustrated. I pouted. I don't have to come over, you know. All right. You pay for the groceries. I smiled. I was really looking forward to tomorrow. Cooking with Jasper would be great. Then I realized that we were nearly at my house and my smile disappeared. After so many days of not seeing each other, it was too soon to be separated. Should I pull over and let you out here? Let's get a little closer to the house. I'll get out if I sense worry and concern. If I sense that Charlie's happy and content, then he's unlikely to look out when you arrive and I can just leave after you go in. Apparently he didn't want to cut our time short either. I kept driving, though without even realizing it I slowed down to a crawl. It wasn't enough time. There was still so much I needed to say. My mind went back to my conversation in the parking lot with Mike and Jasper's reaction. I needed to address that too, but it couldn't happen tonight. I needed to do it in person, so I could see his face. As imperfect of a gauge as that was, it was the only tool I had to read his emotions. Even crawling along, I finally reached the driveway and pulled in. I looked at Jasper with longing, wishing there was some way I could stop time. Some way I could avoid going inside just yet. Jasper hadn't left, so Charlie must not be worried. Maybe. You need to go inside, Bella. I hate it too, but even though he's not worried, Charlie's getting anxious. We'll talk in a few hours, right? He sounded like he needed reassurance. Of course, Jasper. I have to put a shopping list together and do some homework. But I'll call as soon as I'm done. Good, he said. Satisfied. With nothing more to say, I opened the door and got out of the truck. I pulled my school bag out from its resting place behind the driver's seat and pressed down the door lock. Bella, I heard Jasper say before I could close the door. Yes. What are you doing Saturday? I thought about this for a moment. I hadn't made any plans. I don't know. Nothing in particular. Do you think you could find a way to spend the day with me? I'd like to take you to Seattle, just to hang out. We don't have to worry about running into anyone we know there, and I want to spend a day with you somewhere other than my house. There went that delicious warmth spreading throughout my body again, accompanied by that awesome tingling sensation. I felt like my feet lifted off the ground. I had to look down to make sure I wasn't levitating. Any thoughts I had of how difficult it was going to be to come up with an excuse to be out all day evaporated. Come hell or high water, I was going to make this work. A whole day with Jasper. Out in the open. Just hanging out. Wow. I nearly giggled with delighted anticipation. I'd love to go to Seattle with you, Jasper. I'll figure something out. Good. Talk to you soon. Soon. I promised, and closed the truck door. I wanted to keep looking at him as I was going in, but as klutzy as I was, I knew this was a recipe for disaster. Keep your mind on walking, Bella. You'll see him tomorrow. And Friday, and all day Saturday. In my heart an orchestra was playing Ode to Joy. "Hey Bells, kind of late, isn't it?" Charlie called from the living room. "Sorry, Dad, Mike Newton and I were talking after work." Well, that technically was the truth. Just not the entire time. "Oh, okay. You've been spending some time with Newton lately. Anything I should be asking about?" "No, Dad," I rolled my eyes, though I knew he couldn't see me. "He's just a good friend." "I see. Well, Newton's all right. He's not a troublemaker like some of the other yahoos in your class. If he ever becomes more than a friend, that'd be fine by me." "Dad, all right, all right. I'm just saying." I didn't bother responding, knowing it would just keep the pointless conversation going. Instead, I went to the kitchen to warm up some leftovers. I checked the freezer. It was looking pretty bare. The fridge didn't hold much promise either. It really was time to start cooking again. I grabbed the last serving of chicken casserole and put it in the microwave to warm. As the food was heating, I grabbed my homemade book of favorite recipes and a pad and pen. I needed to make my list. I put the book and writing material on the kitchen table and went back to get my food. Charlie came in the kitchen just as I was sitting down. His eyes lit up when he saw the recipe book. "Cooking again, Bells? I was wondering if you lost interest in it." "Nah, I've just been busy lately. I think I'm going to do a cooking marathon tomorrow so everything is restocked." "Any preferences?" "You know I'm not picky. As long as I don't have to cook it, I'll take anything." I rolled my eyes again. The thought of Charlie cooking was almost laughable. "Say, Bella, I'm going to La Push again Sunday for the game. Think you might want to go with me this time? Billy mentioned he missed you last week." I cringed. I knew I would be seeing Jasper all day Saturday, one way or another, but I was still reluctant to plan a whole day away from him. Plus I really didn't want to spend my day Sunday watching football. Charlie saw my lack of enthusiasm. "Well, how about we go over early in separate cars? We can have brunch and then you can come back when the game starts." "Brunch? Who's cooking?" "No one would have to cook. I could pick up some donuts and muffins at the coffee shop." I thought about this for a while. I had visited La Push the last 2 Saturdays in a row, but would not be able to do that this weekend. A Sunday morning visit seemed like a good compromise. "Okay, Dad, but no donuts. I'll pick up some stuff and I'll cook brunch at Billy's. They could probably use a home-cooked meal that didn't come out of a jar or can." "Well, I don't think that's necessary, Bells, but if you'd like to it would be great. I'm sure they'd appreciate it." "Sure." I shrugged. I had to think of what to cook that would be adequate for Charlie and Billy and Jake, who seemed to be eating for 2. Although I didn't do it often, cooking breakfast was one of my favorite things. Now I had something to look forward to each day of the weekend. Charlie went back to watch TV in the living room and I started flipping through my recipes to find the perfect dishes to cook tomorrow. I needed things that were simple, that didn't need a lot of prep, that required relatively few ingredients, and that could all cook or bake at the same time. I figured I could handle about 3 recipes. I settled for a chickpea and sausage stew, a taco casserole and a cheesy chicken and pasta dish I could prepare right on the stove top. In addition to being easy to prepare, the 3 dishes did well in the freezer and provided enough variety to last Charlie for a while. I quickly jotted down the ingredients I would need to make all 3 recipes as well as the frittata I decided to serve on Sunday. I smiled when I visualized poor Jasper walking around a supermarket in Port Angeles trying to find everything on the list. None of the ingredients were particularly exotic, but this was his first ever food shopping trip. He had no idea what he had gotten himself into. I washed the dishes, put away the recipe book, grabbed my shopping list and book bag and headed upstairs. I knew I should start my homework first, but the little flip phone acted like a powerful magnet. I really wanted to call Jasper now. I rationalized that I needed to call him while the lights were still on, in order to read off the list. As usual, he picked up on the first ring. "You're calling early," he said. Did you miss me as much as I missed you? Quit teasing me. We just saw each other an hour ago. You can't possibly have missed me yet. It is a mystery, he agreed. But I have missed you, darlin'. I surely have. Why, oh why, did he have to be such a flirt? Just a few words from him were enough to send me into a tailspin. I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't help myself. I fell back on my bed and basked in the warmth of a full-body flush. I never realized the phone was such a wonderful invention. Here, in the privacy of my room, my emotional reactions didn't matter. I could just revel in them all night. Then I realized that I still had stuff to do, stuff that had to be done before I could fully concentrate on Jasper. I sat back up and reached for my list. Okay, but I actually called you with the shopping list. Are you ready? Absolutely. I rattled off the ingredients and quantities on my list. Jasper, are you sure you want to do this? Food shopping is not as easy as it sounds, especially the first time. I'll be fine, Bella. Don't worry. Okay, I said doubtfully. I'm gonna go, then. I'll talk to you later. Wait, yes, I think you forgot something. Puzzled, I looked over my list. I didn't see anything missing. I'm pretty sure I got it all. What about chocolate? Chocolate. I didn't need chocolate for any of my recipes. Yeah, you like chocolate, right? Yes, I said cautiously. I wasn't sure where he was going with this. What's your favorite kind? I thought about the question for a moment. Did I even have a favorite kind of chocolate? Pretty much anything with chocolate was fine with me. Then I remembered that I did have a favorite, though it's been a while since I last indulged. Caramello bars, I replied. Why? No reason. I wondered what he was up to, but it didn't sound like he wanted to tell me, so I let it drop. All right, I said, now I really do have to go. Homework awaits. I hung up and went to my desk. I took out my books and started working on my assignments, but I couldn't stop thinking about the chocolate. It didn't make any sense at all. Why would Jasper care about what kind of chocolate I liked? I kept working, but somewhere in the deep recesses my brain kept trying to figure out the chocolate puzzle. Every once in a while I had a fleeting moment of recollection. Something that was important to solving this mystery, but it was gone before I could fully grasp it. I finished my homework and went to the bathroom to get ready for bed. It finally hit me as I was brushing my teeth. Mike had given me chocolate yesterday, and mentioned it in our conversation tonight. Could Jasper actually be competing with Mike, trying to get me the same type of gift that Mike got me? But that was so ridiculous. Mike gave me a simple candy bar to make me smile. It wasn't anything special, but Jasper doesn't know that, Bella. I tried to remember exactly what Mike and I said to one another in the parking lot. I merely thanked him for the chocolate. I didn't gush about it or anything. Why would Jasper have focused his attention on such a trivial thing? Maybe he definitely does not. I sighed. This was just another thing I'd address with him tomorrow. I didn't want to think about anything negative tonight, so I filled my head with happy thoughts as I turned off the light and crawled into bed. I put on the earpiece and called Jasper again. As if by previous arrangement, we both avoided any controversial topics of conversation. Instead, we talked about our favorite books, and music and movies. We spoke for a long time, completely comfortable with each other, until I could barely keep my eyes open. It was time to go to sleep, but there was one thing I wanted to warn him about. Jasper, I said, yes, you know you're not off the hook, right? I'm sorry, he said, clearly not understanding. The stuff I was mad about in the truck, we still need to discuss it tomorrow. He didn't answer, but it didn't matter. My warning delivered, I was ready to sleep. There was only one thing missing. Will you sing? I asked, and he did. Concentrating in school Thursday was nearly impossible when all I could think about was Jasper and the afternoon we would spend together. It was absolutely ridiculous, and I tried chastising myself often, but in the end I could only keep my mind off Jasper for a few minutes before I was daydreaming again. Even when he wasn't nearby, he was absolutely mesmerizing. I went through the morning on autopilot, Making Sue. Re that I paid enough attention to get my homework assignments and not much else. I briefly considered the possibility that if Jasper stayed in Forks for too long, I would not be able to graduate with the rest of the class. I knew that I could not let myself get so distracted in the long term, but for now I didn't have the energy to fight it. The urge to think about him was just too strong. On the way to lunch I had the cell phone buzz. I was shocked. I couldn't think of any reason Jasper would be calling me at school in the middle of the day. Alarmed, I ducked into the ladies' room and pulled the phone out of my book bag. "Hello," I said tentatively. "Bella," he said, "can you talk?" He sounded serious. My heart dropped. "Yes, what's going on?" I was expecting the worst. Maybe something happened to one of the Cullens. I'm in the supermarket." Relief swept over me, and then I realized the humor of the situation. I said, expectantly. "I was able to find almost everything on your list," he said. "Great. Good job. Was it very difficult?" He sighed. "You'll never know." He sounded like he had just come in from a hard day in the coal mines. I almost felt sorry for him, but the situation was too amusing. "Okay, so what's up?" "I can't find chickpeas," he complained. "I looked everywhere and all I can find are regular green peas." "Is that what you meant? Or is there some secret human way to distinguish between masculine and feminine peas?" I knew it wasn't very nice, but I couldn't help myself. The thought of feminine peas sent me into a fit of laughter that almost made me cry. I finally calmed down when I heard a low growl on the other end of the line. "I'm glad I amuse you," Jasper said petulantly. "Care to fill me in on the joke?" "Oh, Jasper, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to laugh at you, really. But the thought of feminine peas," I started giggling again. "Yes." His voice had a hard edge to it and I could tell he was getting annoyed. I became serious. He was doing me a favor and this was his first time shopping. He took on a big challenge, even bigger for him than most men, since he was totally unfamiliar with food and he had to shop in a store filled with humans. I really shouldn't have laughed at him. The whole thing must have been incredibly stressful for him. And he was willing to do it all just to spend an afternoon with me. "Jasper, chickpeas aren't really peas, they're beans. And they actually have two names. Some people call them garbanzo beans. That must be what they have in the store, in the canned vegetable aisle by all the other beans. I'm really sorry. I should have remembered about the two names and written them both down to make this easier for you. Will you forgive me?" "Garbanzo beans, huh?" His voice was slightly warmer. "Yes, so how about that forgiveness part?" He sighed. "Of course I'll forgive you, Bella. I know you didn't do it deliberately. I just hate feeling like an idiot." "You are not an idiot. You couldn't have known about the two names. It's not like you've eaten anything in over 100 years. Really, Jasper, you don't know how much I appreciate what you're doing for me today." "Really? Would you like to show me how much you appreciate it? What did you have in mind?" I asked, somewhat suspicious. He was up to something and I wasn't sure if it was wise to agree before I had more details. "Saturday, when we go to Seattle. Will you let me plan out our day and just enjoy yourself, with no complaints?" Oh, this was a high price to pay for his forgiveness. If Jasper was like the rest of his family, his request could only mean one thing. He had made some elaborate and very expensive arrangements. "Bella," he was getting impatient. I bit my lower lip. In the grand scheme of things not comp. Laning for one day should be something I could handle. "Okay, Jasper. I'll let you plan and I won't complain. And then we'll be even." "Absolutely. Good. Then it's settled. And now I have to go. Lou, NCH is almost half over and I haven't eaten." "All right. I'll see you soon, Bella." I put the phone back in my bag and headed for the cafeteria. It was really late. I'd have to grab something I could eat on the run if necessary. In the food line I avoided anything hot, choosing yogurt, pretzels and a small bag of carrot sticks instead. If necessary, I could munch on those between classes. I headed for my usual lunch table, which was filled with my friends. Angela had saved me a seat and I gratefully sank into it. "Are you all right, Bella?" she asked quietly. "You've been out of it all week." She was clearly concerned. "I'm fine. Just a little distracted." Then, under my breath, "Mike and I talked last night." Angela's face betrayed her shock, then worry. No, I assured her, "It's cool. I told him I wasn't ready to date anyone and he's fine with it. He said he can wait. So for now we're just back to being friends. You and Ben don't have to protect me anymore." I smiled. She smiled back. "It wasn't a problem, you know," she said, "but I'm glad things worked out this way. I hated that you always had to be on your guard. It'll be nice to see you more relaxed." "So," I said, "speaking of Ben, do you guys have any plans for this weekend?" "Actually," she giggled, "we're going to Olympia for the whole day Saturday, just the two of us. Ben says he misses me and wants to go somewhere where we won't see anyone we know." My eyes opened wide and I looked to Angela's other side, where Ben was engaged in a conversation with Tyler. This couldn't be happening. It was just too perfect. There had to be a catch, right? "That's so awesome, Angela. But listen, can you and Ben do me one last favor? I was hoping to go to Seattle this Saturday for the day, but I know Charlie would be worried if I was going alone." "That's silly. Of course. I am, after all, an adult. Anyway, if I told him that I was going with you and Ben to Olympia he wouldn't have to be worried and I could have my day of museums and bookstores in peace. What do you say? Would you mind covering for me?" Angela looked at me thoughtfully. I could tell she didn't believe my cover story any more than Charlie would have if I tried to spring it on him. I really was a terrible liar. "Well," she said, hesitantly, "it probably would go over better with my mom too if she thought you were coming and Ben and I weren't alone." I nodded vigorously. "But Bella," she continued, "what are you actually doing? Are you really going somewhere alone? What if something happens to you? You're not thinking of anything crazy, like going to LA, are you?" I cringed. LA. She thought I was sneaking off to see Edward. My nose wrinkled with distaste. He hadn't tried to contact me in all the time he'd been gone. Not once. Surprisingly, though, I didn't really care. Between my friends at school and Jasper and Jake, my time had filled out nicely and, except for the occasional annoying reminders, it really was beginning to feel like he'd never existed. I took a deep breath at this unexpected realization. I really was moving on. Angela was still looking at me, waiting for the answer to her question. Of course, I couldn't be totally honest with her. But I could try to reassure her. "No, of course I'm not going to LA. How could I do that in just one day? Please don't worry. I promise I'll be fine." I can't really say more than that, but believe me, you don't have to worry about me. I'll be totally safe. Angela didn't look convinced. "Why don't you want to tell me what you're doing, then? If it's so safe?" I sighed. She had a point. "I promise someday really soon I will. For now, would you please trust me? You know me, Angela. I'm not a risk taker." But then, other than hanging out with vampires, I really wasn't. And I knew Jasper would never let anything happen to me on Saturday. She looked at me for a long time without speaking. Then, finally, right before the bell rang, she said, "Okay." I reached over to hug her. "You're the best." "Thank you." She hugged me back. "Just remember, you promised to tell me what's going on." "Soon," I reminded her. "Soon," she said firmly. We rushed off to our next classes. For whatever reason, I was more alert in the afternoon. Maybe actually talking with Jasper at lunch helped snap me out of daydreams and into reality. In just a few short hours I would be with him in person. The afternoon was going well until I got to English. We were studying 20th century American poets. Not exactly my favorite time, genre or continent when it came to literature, but I had to admit some of the poets we studied had an interesting voice and point of view. I did not, however, expect the assignment that our teacher concocted for us. "Love poems," she said, looking around the room, Normally that phrase brings to mind Shakespeare, Browning, Keats and Shelley, but there are a lot of American 20th century poets who put a modern twist on love poetry. For this assignment, you will pair up with a partner, ideally of the opposite sex. You will each research and find a love poem by a 20th century American poet that particularly appeals to you and prepare a presentation of why you like the poem and what it means to you. You will then do a similar presentation about your partner's poem, except that I'll ask you to explain why you thought the other person selected their particular favorite. We'll start the presentations a week from today. To make this a little easier for you, I have not assigned partners, you can choose your own. All of us let out a collective groan. This was the worst assignment ever. I looked around the room desperately. Angela and Ben were both in the class, so obviously they would be partners. Drat. I skimmed over Tyler, who wouldn't recognize a love poem unless it was wearing a football helmet. Then my eyes rested on Mike, who was already looking back at me. He moved his index finger between us, silently asking if I wanted to be his partner. It took only a second for me to realize that he really was the best alternative. I smiled and nodded. He beamed back. Once you choose your partner, use the rest of class time today to start looking for your poems. Don't just use the first poem you find and don't use anything from your textbook. I have some anthologies for you to look through at the front of the class, or you can use the library to find other books or search the internet. All the students in the class scattered to find their partners. Mike walked over to my desk. Some assignment, huh? He asked. I rolled my eyes. Oh, come on. It might not be that bad. Some of these modern poems are kind of short. They're short and they don't make sense, I grumbled. Okay, but we might as well make the best of it. Do you want to get together this weekend to work on the presentation? I won't have a lot of time next week. I looked up at him in surprise. It didn't occur to me that we would have to get together outside of school to work on this, but I guessed that made sense. I frowned, trying to think of a convenient time, but none came to mind. I already had plans to see Jasper tomorrow night and Saturday, and I had been hoping to see him Sunday after I came back from La Push. But now that this was the only time I could possibly get together with Mike, I would have to cut that visit short, if not out altogether. Sure, I replied, but I'm only free Sunday afternoon. Will that work for you? Mike looked at me curiously. After the discussion we had last night, I'm sure he was wondering what I was doing to keep me busy the whole weekend. But I wasn't about to elaborate. Yeah, okay, say 3 o'clock. Maybe we can get done before dinner. That would be fine. Should I come by your house or do you want to come over to mine? Either is fine with me. But I have a really old computer and a dial-up internet connection. You can come over to my house. No problem. And I'll let my mom know that you might stay for dinner, okay? I hesitated, but then decided that there was nothing wrong with having dinner at Mike's house with his parents right there. We were just working on an assignment. It wasn't anything special. We were still just friends. I wouldn't want to put your mom out, I said. Don't worry about it. I'm sure it wouldn't be a problem. My parents love you, you know that. I certainly felt that Mike's parents liked me from my work at the store. Love might have been a tad too strong. I sometimes sensed that the Newtons wouldn't have minded if Mike and I were dating, but they'd never done anything overt to encourage or discourage us. Well, if your mom really doesn't mind and if we're still working by dinner time, then fine, that would be nice. Awesome. He flashed me another smile that reached deep into his blue eyes. Then the bell rang and he went back to his desk to gather up his books. We met in the doorway and walked towards our next class together. I saw some people looking at us curiously and whispering. I bet they were wondering if we were dating. I think people are talking about us, I whispered, completely embarrassed. He looked down at me, his smile growing even bigger. They are. He looked awfully pleased. Well, let's give them something to talk about. He slung his arm around my shoulders and pulled me closer to him. Mike, I protested. I pulled away and gave him a playful punch in the ribs. Cut it out. Hey, you can't blame a guy for trying, he said, winking. The last class of the day was, fortunately, uneventful. I couldn't wait for it to be over. I was squirming in my seat so much I'm surprised no one asked if I needed a bathroom pass. As the bell rang, I wished I had superhuman speed so I could get out before the masses. Instead, I was stuck in the usual traffic jam, fighting my way out of the classroom, to my locker, then out to my truck and, eventually, out of the lot. Only when I was finally on the road driving to the Cullens' house did I feel a little more relaxed. My excitement revved up again as I turned down the 3-mile driveway and wound my way through the forest to the house. I was so eager to see Jasper again. Too eager. I tried to tell myself sternly, but it wasn't working. After looking forward to this moment all day, I couldn't contain myself. I could see him as soon as I cleared the edge of the forest into the clearing. He was wearing black cowboy boots, blue jeans, and a black waffle Henley shirt. He leaned casually against the post at the bottom of the porch stairs, hands entwined behind his head, one of his knees bent with his sole resting against the post. It was the quintessential cowboy pose, and he looked good. I was reminded of the first night I saw him here, alone, when his silhouette looked so very dangerous. His body had a similar look to it today. Only today the predator was resting, instead of hunting. A thrilling little shiver of excitement ran through me, which I immediately tried to stifle. Those TS would have to wait for the telephone conversation tonight, when my emotions were not on display. I parked the truck and turned off the engine. Jasper pushed himself away from the post and started walking towards me, speeding up to open the truck door before I could do so myself. "Thanks," I said, a little embarrassed. "My pleasure," he smiled. I hopped out of the truck and lifted the blanket behind the driver's seat that hid the box I stashed there this morning before school. It held the pot, skillet and casserole dish as well as some basic spices I planned to use for cooking. I struggled a bit getting the box out, but it was out of my hands as soon as I turned away from the truck. I gasped at the sudden loss of my cargo. Jasper was looking at the contents of the box curiously. "You know Esme has similar items here already." "I know," I said, "but it wouldn't exactly look right if I came home with her pots and pans, now would it? This makes the whole charade more believable." He understood instantly and a frown formed on his face. I knew he was mad at himself for not anticipating this issue. "It's okay," I told him. "It's actually nice to know you can't think of everything, that you're not perfect." He frowned again. "I could have told you before I'm very far from perfect." "Oh dear," I said, lightly. "Is it going to be one of those days? I was hoping for a cooking partner today, not a therapy patient." He scowled, but then his face relaxed. "You're right, Bella. Today is about new experiences for me, not rehashing the past." We walked together into the house and to the kitchen. I asked Jasper to put the stuff I brought on the stovetop, while I dug up my recipes and started separating the groceries that sat on the counter. Once everything was divided into 4 piles, I started rummaging through the drawers to find all the necessary utensils. Jasper had been right. Of course, Esme seemed to have equipped the kitchen with every gadget known to man. "So," I said when I completed my hunt, "were you serious about helping me?" "Definitely." His eyes actually gleamed with a hint of excitement. "Ready to get started?" "Yes, ma'am. What do you want me to do first?" I started him off easy, asking him to wash vegetables in the prep sink while preheated the oven and started browning ground beef for the taco casserole. The beef browning nicely, I tore open the package of boneless, skinless chicken breasts. It was nice that the pieces were deboned and deskinned, but I still had to take off the yucky fat and tendons. I placed the chicken on the cutting board and reached for the knife. I heard a muffled curse and instantly Jasper was standing next to me, his hand firmly covering mine, making it impossible for me to move. I looked at him in alarm. "Bella, think you're forgetting what happened the last time you were in this house and came into contact with sharp objects. Perhaps it'd be best if you left the cutting to me." He was standing so close to me, and the coolness of his hand over mine made me tingle. I suddenly realized this was the first time Jasper had touched me since he had his hand on my back guiding me through the airport in Phoenix. His Touch felt absolutely electric and I was dumbfounded. Bella, Carlisle is not here to help if you injure yourself, and I would prefer not to put my newfound control through this type of a test yet. So please, darlin', let go of the knife and let me do the cutting. We will continue in next part.